never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration from putting restrictions on disaster aid intended for the Bay Area and elsewhere.
It means local governments can freely use hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds to prepare for natural disasters like fires and floods. The Trump administration had demanded the funds be tied with restrictions on DEI initiatives. Earlier this year, President Trump asked Congress to only allow the funds to go to local governments that promise not to give favorable treatment to minorities or transgender residents. 19 local governments and agencies filed a lawsuit in response, including those in San Francisco and Oakland and in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she will appeal after the criminal indictments against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey were dismissed by a federal judge.
Both claim the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District was unlawful. Comey was indicted for allegedly lying to Congress about the Trump-Russia investigation, while James was indicted for mortgage fraud. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Health officials are raising concerns as the flu is spreading earlier than usual in certain parts of the country.
Some infectious disease specialists have already noted a sharp increase in flu cases over the past few weeks as a form of the virus called H3N2 subclade K has set off massive outbreaks in Canada and the UK. The CDC says the majority of flu circulating so far this season in the U.S. is the H3N2 strain, which can cause more hospitalizations and deaths in older adults. The concerns come as millions of Americans prepare to travel and gather for the Thanksgiving and other upcoming holidays. I'm Jim Roop.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
French authorities have arrested 4 more suspects in the October Louvre heist. 2 men aged 38 and 29 and 2 women aged 31 and 40 were taken into custody. That brings the total to 8 arrests, with 4 already charged with organized theft and criminal conspiracy. Justin De La Torre is the new chief of the U.S. Border Patrol in San Diego, taking over assignments in Una and Imperial Beach. He says agents are seeing steady activity along the border, working around the clock to stop illegal crossings.
When people have been smuggled into the United States, they're paying $10,000, $15,000 each to be smuggled and then trafficked into the United States. They have to work off their smuggling debt to the cartels. It's a really bad situation. The only people who benefit from that are the cartels themselves, who are making money off exploiting those people.
De La Torre notes protests over enforcement, but says Border Patrol's focus remains on security, with Southwest border apprehensions at their lowest in 55 years. South Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sheriff-Lewis McCormick is facing federal charges for allegedly misusing a multi-million-dollar COVID relief overpayment to fund her 2021 campaign. Attorney Laura Field Krasnoff.
DOJ decided to indict a black Democratic congresswoman without giving her attorneys the opportunity to meet with them. And I think if there's anything that we have learned in recent times, this government is willing to charge and indict and arrest somebody without actual evidence.
Prosecutors cite text messages and checks as evidence. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Thank you very much, Josh Malloy. Welcome aboard. What do you say? Let the travel chaos begin. It's here. Making our way from time zone to time zone into essentially the busiest travel day of the year, they tell us. Yeah, we already saw some travel chaos on Tuesday. We knew Mother Nature was going to throw a bit of a wrench into travel plans. Air travel saw a lot of disruptions, a lot of delays. And I think it's going to be even slower here as we roll into a Wednesday. Normally it'd be hump day as we start looking toward the weekend, but we've got the short work week here, 26th day of November. It is Thanksgiving Eve. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Cloudy night outside our secret bunker. We're hanging in at 53 degrees at this hour. Yeah, things will be changing in the day ahead. So where shall we begin? Obviously, let's take a look at our traveler's weather. It's crunch time, folks. Wednesday. All right, so we close out a Tuesday. As I mentioned, we'll give you more on some of the travel delays. Already a lot of chaos, numerous ground stops at some of the busiest airports in the country this past day. We now anticipate, what they're calling the Great Lakes Blizzard. We'll be also following some lingering rain along the East Coast, and of course the atmospheric river continues to impact the Pacific Northwest. Okay, for the day ahead, much colder air is going to sweep in from the central states to the east and south between now and Thanksgiving Day. The average drop in high and low temperatures behind that front, we're talking 15, 20 degrees, even more in some locations, as the storm in the north central states continues here into midweek. We're talking blowing and drifting snow for portions of Minnesota, northern Michigan, an all-out blizzard developing in the vicinity of Lake Superior, according to AccuWeather. Major travel problems along portions of Interstates 35 and 94 there in Minnesota. Blizzard conditions are forecast from Alexandria and Duluth, Minnesota, on over into the UP of Michigan, Ironwood, and Marquette, Michigan. Some secondary roads may be blocked by drifts, near zero visibility at times for dangerous travel conditions. Further to the southeast, as that sweep of Arctic air expands, we'll watch for those bands of lake effect snow developing off Lake Michigan, Huron, Erie, Ontario. Numerous major interstates affected there, primarily by pockets of heavy snow, snow-covered roads, poor visibility, winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. It could cause some airline delays. Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland. While the storm along the East Coast begins to head out to sea, could still see some travel delays with some morning rain and fog here on early Wednesday. Conditions should improve along the eastern seaboard for your afternoon and evening. However, some airlines may continue to experience delays depending on the extent of the rain and the fog that we had seen early in the day today. Looking out west, the Pacific Northwest, the rain, the heaviest rain from the atmospheric river, focuses on southwestern Washington, northwest Oregon, also affecting parts of the I-5 corridor. Airline delays anticipated at Seattle as well as Portland. Snow levels rising above the major passes in the Cascades today. Rain and fog still causing some challenges. By Thanksgiving Day, most of the travel problems will be confined pretty much to within, say, 100 miles along the shores of the Great Lakes. And you'll see some in the parts of the Rockies and the coastal Northwest. It's going to be the lake effect snows moving well inland over portions of Michigan, northern Indiana, portions of northern Ohio, Pennsylvania, western, central, and northern New York. An area of accumulating snow is going to push inland in the northwest to northern and central Idaho, as well as much of Montana and northern Wyoming. Again, that's for Thanksgiving Day. For the New York City, how about the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade? The latest update says while the weather will be free of rain in New York City for Thanksgiving Day, again, there are concerns of some gusty winds posing some trouble for those spending time outdoors. Now, that includes both the parade attendees and the balloon handlers for the parade. If you're waiting on locations for the parade for many hours, you might want to bundle up. Temperatures will be mainly in the 30s, but wind chills dipping into the 20s. Some of the larger balloons may need to be lowered closer to street level, while the north and south avenues may offer some shelter from the wind. It's the intersections at each street that may be troublesome. Winds are going to be generally blowing through what they call the concrete canyons of all the buildings from west to east. The strongest winds likely for late in the morning into the afternoon and evening hours. Things may be a bit calmer when the parade starts, but could potentially go downhill a bit as the parade progresses through the morning. Already, yes, travel chaos, multiple ground stops, delays at some of the busiest airports as, well, they're describing some cases chaos for the Thanksgiving travel week. We had those thunderstorms with the coast-to-coast storm that's been sweeping across the country. All flights departing from Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International delayed by an average of 30 minutes this past day. As of 11:30, less than an hour ago, Eastern Time, more than 260 flights delayed there. Meanwhile, a potential ground stop was forecast at San Francisco International Airport lasting until midnight, but no official announcement. The Federal Aviation Administration also announced plans for ground stops at New York's JFK and LaGuardia airports, New Jersey's Newark Liberty International this past afternoon. We know about 82 million people are going to be traveling, most of which will be traveling on the interstates. But these disruptions and delays at the airports, based on FAA forecast for problematic traffic, weather, staffing, the warnings are kind of proactive to help the airlines, the pilots, the travelers, just to be ready for some delays. They issued a temporary ground stop at George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston on Tuesday morning. They had some equipment outages, poor weather conditions right on the heels of a tornado that damaged about 100 homes in Houston there on Monday afternoon. Delays averaging about 30 minutes reported at Chicago O'Hare International. Obviously, the travel chaos is expected to get worse. The FAA warning of potential ground stops, including Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta. They've seen some heavy showers and thunderstorms pushing through over the last several hours. As I look at the current radar scene, most of the heavy rains are now pushing just to the south and east of Atlanta direct. We've got some spotty showers and thunderstorms in western North Carolina. Most of the rain for the Ohio Valley on up into the northeast is more or less spotty showers through portions of Pennsylvania, western West Virginia, eastern Kentucky. Another light line of spotty showers up through north central and northeast Ohio. The heaviest rains that impacted travel through the days still coming down from, say, just east of New York City. Areas from Albany, New York to Boston, pretty much socked in with rainfall. Nothing as far as severe weather, though. Meanwhile, the blizzard warnings in place for northern Wisconsin, portions of the UP of Michigan, widespread winter storm warnings for a good chunk of Minnesota, northern half of Wisconsin as well. There's going to be a lot of wind wrapping around, ushering in the colder air. High wind warnings for eastern Nebraska. We've got wind advisories in place for pretty much the entirety of Iowa. the northern two-thirds of Illinois, most of Indiana, the northern two-thirds of Ohio as we progress into midweek here. As of 11:30 this past morning, more than 1,700 flights entering or departing for the U.S. had been delayed, according to FlightAware. Now, for the Northeast and the Great Lakes, that's where things will be deteriorating. Some areas seeing an all-out blizzard by Thanksgiving Day as that storm in the north central tier continues here into midweek. Substantial blowing and drifting snow forecast in portions of Minnesota, northern Michigan, and again the all-out blizzard developing in the vicinity of Lake Superior. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour could also cause some delays. Later in the day, by later Wednesday, portions of the Dakotas, Wisconsin, Michigan, ultimately will see up to a foot of snow, 12 inches of snow for some areas there. It is 844-844-3388, a new day underway. Thanksgiving Eve. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Let's say hello to Philly Dan. Good morning. Hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thank you, Dan. It's another working night for Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 52 in Newburgh, New York. It's off to Schenectady once again. Now, wait a minute. It's supposed to be brain dead. It's the lovely Dingbat here. Now, I know you're used to seeing Brain Dead, but I hacked into his Facebook page because he left it open on his computer. Now it's time to have some fun since most Big Orange fans can't remember their passwords, but they can remember what happened 22 years ago in the swamp. Oh, and just a note. So Brain Dead can remember in 34 days, the Volunteers and the Gators play basketball. So it's revenge time. I wonder what that bet will be. We'll talk to you later. Hope you and the family have a happy Thanksgiving, plus a much-deserved break from all the cartoon characters. Yeah, thank you, Dingbat. Hello, Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, wise old night owls. Currently 48 at the Rochester International Airport. Well, for the hard-working Americans, I guess it's hump day. Almost time for some turkey and football. I love America. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Watch out for the other drivers. As always, stay safe and enjoy. Very good. Mary Ann in the house. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Tank, morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Turkey Day Eve. I'm starting to smell the bird and the pumpkin pie. 34 degrees here in Grants, New Mexico. We are hammered down toward the home 20. If everything goes well, should be at the farm before midnight. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Have a happy, blessed Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time with your family. So, you're going to be hammered down trying to get back to the home 20 in time for Thanksgiving with all those Thanksgiving chaos travelers out there. Should be an interesting day for you trying to get back east. All right, be careful out there. I don't know, what day is it?
What day is it? What day? I guess it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There you go.
Anyway,
yes,
a little bit early.
Well, I guess we won't speak again till that time, right? The greatest day of the week next Monday.
I know. Is there any football in the next few days that you know of?
Is there any football? Okay, yeah.
I think that's about all that I'm gonna get accomplished. Got the Wolverines playing the Buckeyes. Wolverines leads that series 62-51, I believe, overall.
And
I think that's what I saw.
Aren't they four in a row in the last recent years? 4 consecutive?
4 in a row.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
2020 was canceled. And they've won the last 4.
Wow.
I'm hoping they can keep it going, but I don't know. Ohio's looking pretty tough. That quarterback of Ohio, he's a good one, I believe. But I don't know. I got my fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. They'll still be my team even if they lost.
Now, do you watch the NFL?
I went a couple of days ago.
Do you watch the NFL
What's
games
that?
on Thanksgiving Day? Do you got your traditional Lions and the Cowboys? Do you catch all the NFL on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I try to. The wife don't like football as much as I do, so I try not to bore her to death. But she's got to work Friday and Saturday and Sunday, so I'll be able to record it and then watch it later.
Right.
As long as it kind of spoils it when you see the final score on the internet or whatever, though. Sometimes it ain't worth watching.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the store a couple days ago, Publix, and was looking at their turkeys, and I saw 2 different brands that were 50 cents a pound. Now, I don't know where the one caller that lives in Texas that talks about all those situations, I don't know where he's been looking at his turkeys, but we got ours a couple weeks ago for 50 cents a pound, so I don't know where he's doing his shopping.
And I've seen all kinds of specials at Kroger's and everybody's had their deals. Yeah, I've seen 59 cents a pound. I think's the lowest I had seen.
Yeah, they were 50 cents a pound, 49 cents a pound.
Wow.
They were frozen. I
Right.
don't think you'd get it thawed in time to use anyway, but that was a couple of days ago. But we bought ours a week and a half ago for 49 cents a pound. I think the wife said she got it for.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It don't seem like it's any worse than it's ever been to me as far as price goes. So you gonna get the Christmas lights up this weekend, or or procrastinate a little longer?
Well, I think we might get some indoor work done. Because the cold air is supposed to come sweeping in like later today, and it's only going to be like actual highs in the 30s, wind chills in the 20s by Thanksgiving Day. It's going to be pretty damn cold out there. I think we'll get the tree up in the house maybe, and maybe start doing some indoor decorations.
Yeah, we got that going on. I'll probably try to get mine up when I get home this morning. I'm already pulling into my meat point. My day's halfway over already.
There
you can
go.
believe that.
All right.
But, well, I don't have much more to say other than to tell everybody happy Thanksgiving and enjoy. Don't drink and drive and all that good stuff. And Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man, and go Blue.
There you go.
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see what.
Coming up momentarily, yes, since this is going to be kind of our final show until next Sunday night, Monday morning, due to the Thanksgiving break. We'll hear from the prognosticator of prognosticators and the grumpy old grump, our analyst. But first, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The New York Post says Russia is reportedly unlikely to accept the revised U.S.-Ukraine peace plan. U.S., Ukrainian, and Russian delegations are meeting in Abu Dhabi with the plan revised after Ukraine pushed back on giving up territory to Russia. The FBI is seeking to interview Democratic lawmakers who urged military members to disobey illegal orders in a video. Lawmakers Jason Crow, Chris DeLunzio, Maggie Goodlander, Chrissy Houlihan, and Senator Elisa Stockton say they will not be intimidated. President Trump called the video seditious. Military officials are reviewing the actions, warning that it undermines discipline and could put service members at risk. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure
pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So indeed, the winds are going to howl, the temperatures are going to drop, and the flakes will fly and pile up around the Great Lakes between now and Friday. Impacts from snow-clogged roads to travel disruptions, downed trees, and power outages. According to AccuWeather, this will be the most widespread lake effect snow event of the season so far. In some of those more persistent bands of lake effect snow, it may pile up 2 inches per hour or more. Yeah, that's a bit too much for the crews to keep up with. Motorists could become stranded. In the snowiest locations, accumulation, they tell us, is going to be measured in feet. Heaviest snows will be downwind of Lake Superior and Lake Erie, including parts of northern Michigan, northwestern Pennsylvania, and western New York. Snowfall for this event could be 36 inches. Yeah, some of the heaviest snow in the towns just south of Buffalo, New York, from later tonight into Thanksgiving Day. In downtown Buffalo, heavy lake effect snows more likely from late Wednesday night into Thursday morning, accompanied by strong winds. Downtown Cleveland is expected to experience some heavy lake effect snow and slippery travel, mainly from Thanksgiving Day into Thanksgiving night. The lake effect snow is not anticipated for downtown Chicago, but heavy snow is expected in northwest Indiana and the western and northern parts of the lower peninsula of Michigan. And in some cases, those snow squalls will extend well beyond the lakes in portions of northeast Indiana, northwest Ohio, southeastern Michigan, western and northern Pennsylvania, and of course parts of New Jersey and New York. Hello to the Michigan Man Band, who says they are under a winter storm warning indeed. Wishing you all a happy Thanksgiving. Hello to Michael. Greetings from the home 20, Salem, Ohio. We're in the 50s. Little rain here. I do hear it's supposed to get ugly just north of us. Just catching up on some stuff. Spent most of the day at the hospital yesterday. The wife's been kind of sick. So we spent 11 hours in the ER. Turns out COVID is still alive and kicking. We both have the goods. They gave us shots, sent us home. She's still hacking, a bit better, but I'm running off the wall. Ready to hit the work thing tomorrow and Turkey Day. We get double time from the midnight hour Thursday, from midnight to midnight. Hope everybody has a great evening and a blessed holiday to all. Bill, good morning. Happy almost Turkey Day. 34, a slight gusty wind here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. We're on the Pizza Shuttle Express. We'll see what we'll get in a few hours from the snow that's in the forecast. Looks like we're going to get hammered over the weekend coming up here. My spotter driver called in sick, so the boss is filling in tonight. So I have to behave. All right. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. Roy in Northwest Illinois says they're forecasting the coldest Turkey Day since 2014, I believe it is, for our area here. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Eskimo Mom. Thanksgiving Eve. What day is it? We're on a Bowling Green, Owensboro pedal tonight to keep me busy. Still fighting this cold. It keeps me on my toes as well. Many of us grocery haulers are going to be working some sort of schedule for the rest of the week to let you all enjoy your celebration. Please keep an eye out on the weather, especially for those in the Great Lakes. Going to get another dose of winter weather. And obviously watch for the amateurs who forgot how to drive on the nation's highways. A little drizzly outside here, Smitty Grove, Kentucky, but 61 degrees. Be safe out there. Have a good Thanksgiving when you get to it. All right, I guess we have to thank those grocery drivers for keeping those shelves stocked so we can enjoy all of our last-minute Thanksgiving staples. There's always a half dozen things. I thought we had that. No, honey, you got to run up to the grocery. We forgot it. Meanwhile, all right, college football. I guess we're still a couple of days away, but good evening to the prognosticator of prognosticators and the Grump. Got you both on board. How we doing?
Doing great, Steve. I know this. With this old nasty weather coming in, that's going to be best time in the world. I know you're having turkey, but come Saturday, I'm going to have turkey chili.
Oh, yeah?
Leftover turkey, do something with it, something different, something for the taste buds.
Mm-hmm.
Put your little turkey in there with a little chili meat, and some tomato juice, tomatoes, peppers, onions, a little chili powder, and you have yourself a good hot turkey chili to warm you up so you can watch Michigan beat the hell out of Ohio State.
Watch your mouth now.
I think it sounds like, that game is in Michigan, right? So there may be some wintry weather anticipated here for the weekend for that game. We may be watching football in the snow.
And that goes in whose favor, Grump?
Actually, it was even, I believe, last I looked at it.
No, when I go playing in that nasty weather, I give it to Michigan.
Yeah, I think it was even. That would put a little bit of an edge on there, but I still think now they changed it again. It's 80% Ohio, 20% Michigan.
Really?
Yeah. No balls at all, brother.
No. They're even going. I think where they're even going to have security at that game because of the players, getting into it when they're coming through the tunnel. I'm assuming they bring them both through the same tunnel, which I think is a mistake.
Yeah.
They're going to have security there in case they get into a free-for-all.
Oh, boy.
That's the one game we're looking forward to.
Yeah, Michigan plays at that budget stadium, so they only got one tunnel. So, there it is. But no, there's some good matchups, and everything. We start out the 28th. There's 4 games on the 28th that's going to be played. Utah 9-2. They're number 13 now on the ranks against Kansas 5-6. Of course, I went with Utah on that. and I had head down as Kansas.
No,
5 games.
No, you ain't got into my brain this week, my friend. No, I'm going to Utah. I've been, if you'll notice, I've been watching what I've been talking to you. So, no brain picking. You know, I would have to be dumb to give up this regular season win, but I think we'll be different on a couple of 3, though. You know, the score will be more respectable.
Mm-hmm.
I got to pick for 3 games difference, but probably might be another extra one there. Number 11 o'clock, we got number 7, Ole Miss, 10-1. Mississippi State, 5-6. Of course, went with Ole Miss. They've been hammering away here. And
you know, I actually thought about swinging Mississippi State, but yeah, I didn't like the odds. I think they got Ole Miss got way like 80 and 80, and Mississippi State 20, and I'm going with Ole Miss.
All right. Now we got 2:30 on the 28th. We got Georgia, 10-1, and number 4, number 23, Georgia Tech, 9-2. That's gonna be a tough call right there on that one. But I went with Georgia. I just think that they're hammering it away just a little bit better than Georgia Tech. But they're playing at Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech usually has an advantage there when they're playing at home.
Yeah, since Georgia Tech's kind of got knocked out of the ACC conference or championship, they're playing for, I guess, recruiting rights in the great state of Georgia. So, but I don't think Georgia Tech has got what it takes to knock off Georgia. So I'm right there with you on that one.
And then we got 6:30. We got a Texas matchup here. We got number 3 Texas A&M, 11-0, playing number 16, ranked number 16. Texas 8-3. This is going to be an interesting game. I went, of course, with Texas A&M. I've been with them all season, so I kind of had Ed picked it, taking the Arch Manning, but I'm not sure he's going to.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Grump, I believe in flirting there with, and I need Texas A&M to get on in the playoff, and then I'm counting on them to win it all, just to knock Ohio State out of it. But
you stop.
You figured it right. So I'm not Texas. I was impressed last week, and that Texas A&M, Texas, man, that's a gut-aching game.
Yeah, rival.
And that big time rival, and it A&M, they feel like Texas is constantly looking down on them, but I just don't think A&M's going to go waltz in there and whoop them. So I'm going to Texas.
I knew it. He didn't have to talk to me. I knew what he was going to do. Indiana and Purdue. We got number 2 Indiana, 11-0 against Purdue, 2-9. The way Purdue's been playing, I'm surprised they even got 2-9 here. But of course, I went with Indiana on this one. They're just they're another team that's pounded away all season. So we'll see see how it goes. I mean, hell, you never know. They're playing at Purdue; they could fall flat on their butt. You don't know.
Yeah, and I'm right there. I'm going with Indiana as well.
Then we got. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, Indiana's going to be in the Big Ten Conference Championship, so yeah, this late in the game, they're not going to give up that crown.
No. And then we got number 25, who just moved into the rankings, Arizona, against number 20, Arizona State. Both are 8-3 for the record, and that's another one of them big rival games. But I went with Arizona State. I just think they played a little bit better ball than Arizona has. But there again, you never know on that with them too. So.
Didn't they lose their hot dog quarterback, Arizona State?
I don't think they did. I didn't read anything.
Well, he got injured.
Yeah, I thought he was back though.
Yeah, I'm going with Arizona. We're going to separate on this one as well. I'm going with Arizona.
Then we got Ohio State and Michigan. 11-0, Ohio State, number 1. Number 15, Michigan, 9-2. Of course, I went with Ohio State. Got to go with my boys there. I'm counting on them to win the championship.
We know Ed's
$1,400 along with it.
Ed's going with Michigan. He's looking for the upset.
I'm looking for the upset. I think they'll do it because there is a lot riding on it for Michigan there. You know, it depends. You know, we could have some upsets, and that could throw them in the mix into the playoffs. Even though Captain Ron is willy-nilly about talking negativity. Well, they might not do it. Well, Captain Ron, I'm ashamed of you, buddy. It's Michigan all the way.
All right, next game here is it's going to be a smackdown right here. This is number 12 Miami, 9-2, playing number 22 Pittsburgh, 8-3. And that's going to be a tough call, but I went with Miami on that. I've kind of stuck with them all season, and I think they can pull that one out.
Well, we're separating on that, Grump. I'm going to stick with Pittsburgh.
I already had him marked.
Did you?
I read him like a damn book. I had him marked, yep. All righty. And we got, we're going to jump down. Do you want to say something about that game there, Ed?
No, because Pittsburgh, they've got a shot to play for their conference championship. So I think Miami's actually got a pretty good spread as far as that goes. But yeah, I was happy with what Pittsburgh did last week. So
yeah,
I'm there.
And then we got Texas Tech and West Virginia. Texas Tech number 5, 10-1. West Virginia 4-7. I went with Texas Tech, of course. They've hammered away in it, kept that record up there. So they want that crown too. So I had to go with them. But I think West Virginia next year is going to be a tough team. I think they're going to bring in some people here, the way I've been reading, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these teams that are down this year that's going to be tough next year. Guarantee you. We'll be talking if they don't people get mad and run their coaches off, force them into a rebuild. But I'm right there with you. But Texas Tech, they're going to take them. They got too much to go for. Unlike some Bearcat team that I don't even think we put them down.
Yeah, they're not on the rankings anymore.
Yeah, that third got flushed down the toilet, Steve.
It did. Let's see here. We got UCF playing at noon on the 29th against number 11 BYU. Of course, I went with BYU. That's my team. I look for the Bulldozer to get in there and do his thing. I don't know. They played some good football, but like I said, they haven't played enough tough teams to really, I think, to really come in their own on, they're ranked number 11 for a reason instead of number 2 or number 3 or something like that. But like I said, they played some damn good ball all year, so I'm gonna stay with BYU on this. I think they'll get it together.
Yeah, I'm there with you too, Grump. UCF, they ain't that the coach they're thinking about running off too? Is that the one that's he's in the hot seat?
Yeah, yes, it is.
But they're like Cincinnati, man. They just don't quite have what they need to beat BYU. So I'm going to BYU.
All righty. I had, let's see here, number 6, Oregon, 10-1. They're playing 2:30 on the 29th there. Washington, 8-3. That's going to be a tough game, but I think Oregon's going to handle that one quite easy. I think, I don't know. Hell, it's going to be a good game regardless. they're going to be pounding away at each other. But I took Oregon on that one.
Yeah, I'm there with you on that one as well.
Okay.
So.
And then we got 2:30. We got Ed's game. We got LSU playing number 8 Oklahoma. He's looking for a championship, so I know. I had him down for LSU, but I just, I'll change him to Oklahoma here. I took Oklahoma because I figured they was going to win. So I wasn't sure about Ed.
You know, I ain't going against Oklahoma. No, they proving their quality. And you know what's spooky is next year that quarterback they got ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
So next year they're going to be, and their schedule ain't going to be near as tough, but still yet, that's why you got a 9-2 Oklahoma rated number 8 because they beat, I think, 4 ranked teams.
Yeah.
And that's where your strength of schedule propels you into the playoffs. So if they just go out there and do something stupid, yeah, it's Oklahoma all the way.
Well, they've got number 1 ranked defense. That's and that's what's kept them where they are today.
Yeah.
Their defense. They've held the other team down. They held low points, stuff like that. It's they are impressed. If they get another running back, and they get a couple of receivers, they're done. I mean, they'll shoot to number 1 next year. It's if they keep this team together, and I think they will. Here's where I think we're going to divide at. We got number 14 Vanderbilt, 9-2, against number 19 Tennessee, 8-3. I took Tennessee. I think they're playing in Knoxville.
I had you picked for Vanderbilt. Oh boy, okay.
I kind of thought
You've been with them all year.
They're playing in. Yeah, I've taken Vanderbilt every game. They're another team's been really impressed. Their offense they've won games, but their offense has been a little bit on the offside there, here lately. I don't know, the quarterback just can't seem to make connection with the receivers, and Tennessee, the last 3 games, I think, they've really been, moving on. I mean, they just really been impressive. I mean, they seem like it took them all year to get to playing ball, but I honestly think that they can take Vanderbilt on this one.
Well, Grump, you got that right. We are separating on that because what's that quarterback's name? Pretty. They got an outside shot of getting into the playoffs, but they'll have to have several upsets for it to happen. But
yeah,
that quarterback, he's going to be attending the Heisman Award ceremony, probably right along with that Indiana quarterback, which I think that everybody's earmarking him to win the Heisman Trophy. But he's got a lot to play for, so I think he's going to step up his A game. And even though it's been played at Tennessee, I've got to go with Vanderbilt.
Then we got 6 p.m. We got Virginia Tech against Virginia. Virginia Tech's 3-8, 9-2 is Virginia, number 18. Virginia's number 18 here. Virginia's played good ball also. I mean, but they're going to probably take this fairly easily. But next year, Virginia Tech's picking up a pretty damn good coach, and that may change, and get some good recruiting going on there and bring in some good players and stuff. I think Virginia Tech's going to be another one of them teams that's going to pop up next year and probably come into their own there.
If they don't do it next year, they'll do it in 2 years. I guarantee it. Franklin will get where they need to be. And I think that was I've already said it 10 times. That's the dumbest mistake Penn State ever made, getting rid of him. But that's just my wholesome opinion. Don't seem to amount to much around here. So, anyway, I'm in Virginia with you.
Okay. Oh, I already had you marked down for that. I knew you was going to take that one there. We got UCLA, number 3-8, playing at 6:30. They're on the 29th. We got number 17, USC, 8-3. USC I took USC. I mean, not that they're UCLA. I mean, that team, you never know. I mean, what the hell they're going to do. I mean, that's another one of them teams that's gotten their own way all year, but they played good ball. They just can't. The stupid penalties and dumbass plays is what's they got the people to do it. If they just had the coaching staff to get them to do it right.
To get it done. Well, there's a good place to pause. We'll come back. Get Ed's side of USC, UCLA. First, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tell gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tell360.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is denying reports that President Trump plans to remove FBI Director Kash Patel. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, cited sources saying Patel's aides are frustrated and Andrew Bailey could replace him, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the story completely made up, posting a photo of Trump and Patel smiling in the Oval Office. Well, it appears President Trump is off to the Far East next year.
Trump accepted an invitation to visit China. In a post on Truth Social, Trump says he had a very good call with Chinese President Xi Jinping Monday morning. The president said he and Xi discussed many topics, including Russia, Ukraine, fentanyl, and farm products. He'll meet Xi in April. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The discovery of previously unreleased documents about the 9/11 toxins at Ground Zero have FDNY members fuming.
Firefighters, union officials, and others rallied Monday demanding to know more about the boxes of information on the deadly 9/11 toxin data. President of the Uniformed Firefighters Association, Andrew Ansbro, says if that information had previously been made available, that would have changed things.
They had real testing done, and when that testing was done, it was suppressed, and everyone was told the air was safe.
Scott Pringle, New York.
Washington State is helping lead a lawsuit against the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
The lawsuit claims Housing and Urban Development is drastically changing its Continuum of Care grant program in violation of congressional intent. It's placing requirements on the money that only two genders are recognized. Residents must accept services before getting housing, and providers are punished for not following strict anti-homeless laws. The suit says those conditions violate the intent of Congress. I'm Brad Ford.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength
and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
San Antonio City Councilwoman Evelise Meza Gonzalez, pulled over for drunk driving after video showed her weaving on the highway, is going to be allowed to keep her driver's license.
You realize you're back and forth in your lane, like you keep driving out of your lane?
A hearing this week was delayed when the arresting officer did not show up. That dismissed the mandatory suspension. Her license could still be affected during her criminal trial, which has now been reset for a later date. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport is back up to normal operation following a bomb threat on Monday.
Between 5:30 to 6:30 p.m., authorities swept the area, and anyone who hadn't passed through security was evacuated out of precaution. The Atlanta Police Department tells Fox 5 Atlanta that the airport is now cleared. No further details of the threat have been made public as of Tuesday morning. I'm Katie Gray.
As you're gathered with your parents, siblings, and other relatives, consider talking to them about their health.
Many chronic health conditions do have a genetic basis, so it's important to know if diabetes runs in your family or heart disease, and especially if cancer or even mental health run in your family. It does put you at higher risk for developing these conditions.
Dr. Nia Vyas of the Cleveland Clinic says family health history is key for early detection and treatment. She advises approaching the topic with empathy and sharing genetic risks with your physician. Knowing your family's health patterns can guide screenings and even which medications may work best, but finding a risk does not mean you will get that condition. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, welcome back as we roll into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. Making our way into Thanksgiving Eve here. Good to have you with us. Maybe ready for an extended weekend. Opportunity to spend time with friends and family. In many cases, of course, to do that, you've got to get from point A to point B safely. This hour we'll kind of discuss, according to the experts, this Thanksgiving is shaping up to be one of the most challenging travel seasons in recent memory, with a lot going on. Matter of fact, we'll give you the details in the state of Ohio. They tell us starting at 8 o'clock this morning, 8 a.m. Wednesday morning through the midnight hour Thanksgiving Day, there are going to be travel restrictions along the entire Ohio Turnpike. That's a 241-mile stretch. Certain types of vehicles in anticipation of the incoming winter storm. So again, we'll tell you which vehicles can, which cannot, starting at 8 this morning beyond the Ohio Turnpike. First, let me get back with talking some college football as we head into the holidays. Welcome back to the...
go ahead, Steve. I didn't mean to walk on you.
I was going to say, welcome back to the prognosticator and the analyst.
Grump, who'd you go with, USC?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, here's the thing with USC. If Lincoln Riley would just pull his head out of his hind end and get him a good defensive coordinator, I think we'd be talking different talk. But if for some reason, and he was this way at Oklahoma, he don't know how to put a defense together, or he gets a defensive coordinator and he interferes with the defensive coordinator and won't let him do his damn job. And it's just, and I don't think the USC fans are going to put up with him losing to UCLA. They might give him one more year, but this is it after this year. But right now, I'm going to go with USC. But if they was to lose, then I'd look for him to get the boot. But that just remains to be seen. But I'm going with USC.
All righty. Well, the next game here is Alabama and Auburn. Number 10, Alabama, 9-2, playing Auburn 5-6. Auburn's having a hell of a year. I mean, they played some decent ball. I don't know what the hell's wrong. They just seem like they cannot get out of their own way. And if you remember, 12 years ago, that was one of the best games that I'd ever seen of football. Game was tied. Saban raised hell about something. Anyway, he got a second foot back on the clock. 1 second. Alabama lined up, kicked a field goal, and it was way short. So Auburn got him Chris Davis. He was on special teams. Chris Davis grabbed the ball, caught it in the air, and ran it back for a touchdown and beat Alabama. And they pulled it out several times. This is a grudge match here. I went with Alabama because I think they're playing some damn good ball, but I just about went with Auburn on this because Auburn, they're playing at Auburn, and that's always a bad stadium for Alabama. So, but I went with Alabama on this. I think they can. If they pull it out, it ain't gonna be by much. Auburn's gonna play their best here on the 29th.
I watched that game. I seen playbacks of it, and where Saban made his mistake was he put them big old beef eaters up there on the line to keep Auburn from blocking that field goal, or the field goal try anyway. And Malzahn put his speed demons back there, and the rest is history.
Yep.
And I'll never forget that. That was just wow. And they'd been, and I think the year before, it was an interception that Auburn got and beat them the year before.
Yeah.
So
2010, it was by a field or by an extra point. They
yep. So I'm looking. It's going to make us 6 games apart, Grump, because I'm looking at Auburn.
Wow.
I'm picking Auburn.
All right. That's the 6 games I'll make up.
Now, we're going to either be tied. We're either going to be tied, or I'm going to get a bigger separation.
That you will, probably. Let's see here. We still got SMU, and we got 19 games total. We got 3 left here. We got SMU in California. SMU's number 21, 8-3. California's 6-5. I went with SMU on this. I just think that they've played some pretty good ball. So is California, but SMU they've held their own, and I think they'll get past California pretty easy.
And I'm right there with you too. I'm going SMU.
Then we got 9:30. We got Notre Dame and Stanford. I haven't paid that much attention to Stanford, but Notre Dame, that's a different story. They've you kind of look at them and you think, damn, would you play that good if you was in another conference, if he was actually in the SEC or something, Big Ten or something like that. There is some rumors out there that they may go into a conference. I don't know if they will or not. Big Ed probably know more about that than me, but I went with Notre Dame on this.
If there's rumors out there, I haven't heard them. Notre Dame, they're not stupid. They got their bread buttered, but staying independent.
Yeah.
But I'm going with Notre Dame on this, but I just don't see them the next couple of years. They might when they go. I don't know. Maybe that 16 when they go into a 16-team playoff, it might force their hand into getting into a conference.
Well,
and if they have to get in the conference, hell, I'd go out there to the what's that, Pacific? That's Oregon State and Washington State. So you win that every damn year and get into the playoffs. So that's a cheap way of going. But hey, you got to do what you got to do. So, but yeah, Notre Dame, I'm going to them over Stanford.
Then one game I left out and I put them back in was Tulane. I'm still pissed off about Tulane. I just think North Texas is a better team, but that's just me. And North Texas is leading in the conference now. Well, they always have, but they got Tulane number 24 against Charlotte, and I think Tulane was 8-3. I do believe. I didn't even write it down, but I think they were 8-3. Charlotte was 2-9. Something like that. So, or 1-9. I went with Tulane, of course, on this one. So.
Yeah, and I'm going with Tulane as well, but I still think North Texas might get in it. I don't know.
Yeah,
the North Texas coach is going to be the Oklahoma State coach too next year.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that they may. After this next game here, they may get in the rank. They may get in, for the ACC. I don't know, or the AAC. They may go ahead and take that, that championship game. I don't know. That's just a weird way they got this.
Well, if they do get in it and lose, that could throw North Texas in and get in the playoff. Because the conference games are the 5th and 6th of December.
Yep.
So Steve, we'll be back on there next Thursday, or Sunday night, Monday morning, but next Thursday night for all you football haters out there that hate to hear our voice. I'm sorry. Season ain't over with yet. But anyway, go ahead, Grump.
Charlotte's 1-10. I thought they were 1-9, but they're 1-10. They've lost every damn conference game they've had. So, wow, that's another team that needs a coach, and some good recruiting going on there. But here we are at we're 6 games difference, and this, they got one more ranking, don't they? Or is this the last one?
No, they got one more. One more.
I thought they had the 5th or something like that, or somewhere around
Actually, I think there's 2 more because they're gonna one more ranking for the conference championships, and then they have one more ranking for who gets into the playoffs.
Selection Sunday, right?
Right. So we got 2 more rankings to go to. Now this is the last week of the regular season. Right. Conference begins next week. And so me and Grump, winner split, I done told you we're going the second half of the season. See who's going to win this thing overall.
Right.
But like I said, Grump holds the hammer over the Ohio State, but my basing hole is going to be Texas A&M. So that remains to be seen. But anyway, Grump, I threw a carrot out there for you, buddy.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I just hope one of them don't slip and fall and break their darn arm or something like that in the snow.
Well, wouldn't that be heck calling here Sunday night, Monday morning? We tied up.
Yeah.
that'd be funny as hell. I thought with me not have to have 6 losses, but hey, it's been fun. I know trying to match wits with you. So
it's been a blast.
I'm just trying to keep when we're talking, because me and Grump will talk during the week, Steve. Unlike you won't talk to us, and you're gonna change that crap next year. You're gonna be available on Saturday. So, we'll come up with a name for you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grump.
Yeah. No, it's going to be. This is going to be kind of interesting because it's. As soon as the playoffs are over, we're going to see what coaches are going to still be standing, and that seems to be the biggest thing this year is who they're getting rid of. As far as coach wise, and I can't figure it out. I mean, some of these teams is played really well, and they're still firing the damn coaches. You take LSU or somebody like that. And LSU, I'm surprised. That they went 7-4. I mean, it's. I figured it'd go a lot better than that. I mean, they got the team. It just I don't know if you want to blame it on the coaching or just morale. I mean, they just seem like they're down in the damn dumps every time they play. And can't get things together, and kind of a little infighting among themselves and things like that. So it's going to be interesting to see which coaches are swapped around for where. And I still believe that they may be a couple of college coaches that go to the pro scene.
Well, I don't know why they'd want to, but that's not my forte as far as that goes.
I think it looks good on their resume, and and it just adds to so many of them want to get bust out into the SEC. That just seems between the Big Ten and the SEC, they really. That's where all the money's at. It seems like. If you go back and look at everything, I think it looks good on their resume and everything. If they want to, if they can get a winning season somewhere and then get recruited back into a college team or something like that. Bill Belichick, I think he didn't do worth a damn this year, but he's done anyway. But I mean, he got a hell of a payday. So,
there's a reason. Saban left LSU and went into the pros, and I think he went to Miami, and then a couple of years, and he said that's not the place to be. And then he ended up there at Alabama, and the rest is history. That's for sure. So
yeah, and Harbaugh, or who else was the coach? There's a couple other that was pro that came back down into college, and they're making a hell of a lot more money in the college scene than they were in the in the pros. But I don't know. I couldn't put up with that bunch of idiots in the pros. I mean, they just you talking about a bunch of showboats and stuff, and college is kind of leaning like that too. I think they've lost a lot of their luster in their humbleness. Thinking that that they're getting a good ride there at school and and everything. Now they got this money they're bringing in. Look at Arch Manning. He's up in there anywhere from $6 to $8 million a year. And I don't know if I agree with all that, but I think they should be compensated if they're going to use their likeness.
College is just more entertaining than pros. I mean, pros are so robotic. I can't stand that robot. I mean, I like to watch them when they're in the playoffs or the Super Bowl. But it's just so they're so damn robotic. Look at Kansas City Chiefs, as good as they've been, and still as good as they've been. They're just almost like robots out there on the field. I don't know what happens when these players go from which I guess you get in the pros, you get the cream of the crop, you know, and they just, but to me, they play like a bunch of damn robots out there on the field, and I just can't get into it.
Yeah, it seems like it's written into their contract that they got, you know, the coaches have to put up with a certain amount of their crap too, and I can't stand that. You know, it's, I've seen, you know, players like Kelsey one day, you know, when he shoved Big Red, you know, out of the way, and, you know, was kind of tick off about something, you know, one of his plays, and he, you know, him and Big Red had a few words about it, you know, and in college his butt would have been on the bench and he'd stayed there. You know, that would have never happened. You know, I mean, they would have brought disciplinary action. But what do you do in the pros? You know, fine them $10,000 when they're making, you know, $1 million a game. Who cares?
Yeah,
I mean, you know, it's ridiculous. But it is what it is. But you're right. It's robotic, and it's you know, it gets a little predictable at times. You know, too on you know, some of these teams and stuff on, you know, who's going to be the smart ass and who's not. So I don't know. I enjoy college a hell of a lot better than I do the pros. And I've watched a couple of games. I bet on them. You know, I might do a 6-game parlay or something like that and see how that comes out. But, you know, just $5 or whatever, just to see how, you know, win or lose. But, so far it's kind of sucked this year with the pros because you know, you just don't know who the hell's going to show up and that kind of thing.
Like I say, Steve, it's a good weekend to watch good, entertaining college football, you know, and everybody be safe out there because if you're in the house and it's blowing snow or just a cold rain, watch some football, Steve. You might learn something, buddy.
All right.
And I may not know it all, but I know my football, and I will talk to y'all Sunday night. Y'all have a great Thanksgiving. Grump, be safe out there.
All right, buddy. You probably have to keep me posted on it. I'm loaded up with loads this weekend, man. I got a dozen trailers to move, so I'll be busy. Be listening. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, Grump.
Thank you. You too. Best of the family there.
Thank you so much. There you go. Uncle Chops checks in this Wednesday morning. Does it kind of feel like a Friday? Good morning, Steve. The overnight drive, all the crew. Happy not too far off Turkey Day for everyone out there. There's Captain Snacky. Morning, Steve. The overnight family on my Friday right now and looking forward to a couple days off. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, and go Buckeyes come Saturday. Michael seconds that motion. Yes, go Buckeyes. All right. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The pony's waiting. It's TGIF in our world. Everybody have a great night, a wonderful Thanksgiving. And he went on to say, warning, even though I'm off, he's off tonight. He said, I'm in a chat group with my coworkers, fellow officers out there, and he said he described them as the undrivables are crashing left and right all over the county. Here in the far side of southwest Ohio, we have a pretty bad one out there. Is that the one you sent me the photographs of? Looks like the vehicle's nearly bent in half. Somebody went off, I guess, an embankment somewhere, ejected, maybe paralyzed from the waist down. Wow, wow, wow. So back off. Slow down, please. Be safe and get home safely. Well, it's only Tuesday night, Pappy. I mean, if my memory serves, I'm thinking tonight, Wednesday night into Thanksgiving Day. Isn't that like, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, bar nights of the year for some reason? Everybody off and getting ready for Turkey Day, and all the undrivables are out there between midnight and 3 a.m., right? Use caution, people. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. All the fellow listeners. A rainy night on Interstate 81. 54 degrees atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia, though. Happy Thanksgiving to all. Keep it shiny side up. Who else on board? There's Drummer Girl. Happy Thanksgiving. Please watch out for the bad drivers out there. 58 degrees. We have some patchy fog in northeast Philly tonight. Sneakers checking in to all. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Peter Schwartz, morning gang, 9:30 p.m. Oh, my goodness, it's nearly 38 degrees. Some rain right now. Have a good Thanksgiving all. There's the Beach Bomb. Morning, Steve. Beach Bomb checking in. It's a warm 66 degrees in Ocala, Florida tonight. I just wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, all the drivers out there. My wife and I are going to be on a cruise ship headed to the Bahamas next week. How about that? All right. And Roy, don't forget the pinto beans in your chili there, Big Ed. The pinto beans. It is 844-844-3388. So news break just ahead, and this Thanksgiving, obviously with the impacts, Mother Nature throwing monkey wrenches into the ground and air travel. Right on the heels of the record-breaking government shutdown, millions bracing for a holiday filled with post-shutdown disruptions, winter storms, packed airports, travel volumes soaring. Major cities like New York, L.A., Chicago expecting to see some severe congestion issues on the roads. More coming up here. Meanwhile, Tell gets you into a factory-warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is denying reports that President Trump plans to remove FBI Director Kash Patel. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, cited sources saying Patel's aides are frustrated and Andrew Bailey could replace him, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the story completely made up, posting a photo of Trump and Patel smiling in the Oval Office. The FBI is scheduling interviews with 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged military and intelligence personnel not to follow illegal orders. President Trump called their action seditious, while the lawmakers say the FBI effort is an intimidation tactic. Defense officials are reviewing retired Senator Mark Kelly's actions, raising questions about the misuse of federal power and First Amendment protections for members of Congress.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, promised we'd give you some of the details. Experts warning that navigating through the chaos, which is here, requires careful planning. Well, there ain't much preparation time left. It's go time. You know, from flight cancellations to long TSA lines, the usual travel headaches are going to be magnified this year. Whether you're flying or driving, they offer a few tips understanding how to handle winter weather, and the airport crowds will be the keys to surviving your Thanksgiving travel chaos. This year's holiday movement is predicted to be one of the busiest in more than a decade. The FAA anticipates over 360,000 flights between this past Monday, and Tuesday of next week. Anticipation to screen more than 17.8 million passengers. Meanwhile, by car, AAA expecting at least 73 million drivers. High traffic volumes mean longer waits, increased delays, elevated stress, of course. The airlines and the airports say they're ready. Travelers, some just trying to mentally brace themselves. Now, weather's going to be a spoiler. Parts of the Midwest, Great Lakes, Northeast lined up for some heavy snow, while rain and storms forecast for the Pacific Northwest and coastal regions. One forecasting expert pointed out that a broader winter storm could bring the season's first plowable snow across Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin coming up this weekend. If your flight's delayed or your car gets stuck, have a backup plan. Ahead of time is the best hedge. Book early, leave extra time, monitor the weather and travel updates. All right? Airlines say the shutdown The worst disruptions are behind us now. One industry veteran noted that the downtime appears to be history for air travel. Carriers now know how to handle this season. The real challenge is getting those Thanksgiving travelers themselves to help out. Pack smart, arrive early, check for any alerts. Airports like George Bush Intercontinental in Houston reopened terminals that were closed during the shutdown. Faster TSA lines, rideshare zones. There are still some underlying cautions, they say. Staff disruptions pushed by the shutdown did not vanish overnight. Anticipate slower than usual processing at security checkpoints and baggage handling. For those millions of folks hitting the road, same advice. Check your vehicle. Fuel up. Start early. AAA pointed out that last year they made almost 600,000 emergency calls during the Thanksgiving period. Flat tires, dead batteries, running out of fuel. Today is the peak day, Wednesday. This afternoon, we'll see a 14% heavier than usual traffic between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Peak congestion anticipated from 1 to 3. Avoiding the midday rush and leaving early would minimize your stress. If weather kicks in, staying overnight en route might be less painful than finding yourself stranded somewhere. A few minor details can make a big difference. Some of the key takeaways, they tell us, for those traveling by air, scan every pocket. Make sure you don't inadvertently bring some restricted items into the airline lines. Avoid, of course, this would be more for Christmas than Thanksgiving. Don't wrap gifts. TSA will have to open them up. Check the feels like temperature for your destination rather than just the highs and the lows. Whereas it could be 35 degrees, but it feels like 15, right? The travel window is kind of stretched, thanks both to record volumes and some of the residual impacts of the shutdown. Obviously, try to build a buffer. Arrive early at the airport, leave earlier for any road trip. He summed up, the best passenger is the one that is informed. Download your airline app, set your alerts, check your route conditions so you're not reacting in panic. Acknowledging you may wait longer or face unexpected hiccups helps set some realistic expectations. You're doing what you can to try to reduce the anxiety out there. All right. Let me give you the rest of the details. The Ohio Turnpike Commission has issued a travel ban for certain vehicles ahead of the incoming winter storm due to the anticipated high winds, rain, and snow across northern Ohio. Travel ban will be in effect along the entire 241-mile turnpike starting 8 o'clock this morning, about 6 hours from now, through the midnight hour on Thanksgiving Day. The following vehicle types will be restricted from the Ohio Turnpike while this ban is in place. All high-profile tow-behind trailers, campers, boats, enclosed trailers, fifth-wheel trailers are excluded, they say. Any commercial trucks towing an empty single 53-foot trailer banned. All mobile homes, office trailers, livestock trailers. All long combination vehicles that include long double trailer combinations exceeding 90 feet in length. Enclosed trailers only, including Conestoga type trailers. All triple trailer combinations. Two-axle buses longer than 40 feet, buses with 3 or more axles greater than 45 feet. All those restricted from the turnpike. I won't go through the vehicles that are allowed because if you're not in the category that's not, you should know the difference, right? The Ohio Turnpike and Infrastructure Commission continues to monitor weather conditions, and they will evaluate the travel ban during the storm. But again, that kicks in 8 o'clock this morning. I know historically when Pennsylvania puts these kind of restrictions in place, the law enforcement is typically out there enforcing pretty darn strictly. I'm not really familiar if Ohio is that strict when it comes to law enforcement, where they're going to get a citation or things of that nature, but I guess it's best not to try to push the envelope, right? Well, hello, Three Fat Truckers. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope you guys have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Drivers, stay safe out there today and make it home tonight. Indeed. All right, Senor Heatwave, how are you?
Well, just a little confused, Senor. Thank you for putting me on. I was listening to Ed and Grump, and I didn't have any interruptions. And then I had 2 interruptions real quick, and I looked at my phone, and it's like, well, what the hell? You know, technology is a wonderful thing, but when it screws up, it is a pain in the hind end. So, Big Ed, the quarterback for Vanderbilt is Diego Pavia. He's an Albuquerque High graduate that was shunned by the Lobos, started with, collegiately, he went to New Mexico State, beat Auburn in Auburn, and then after that one good year, he went to Vanderbilt. But I tell you what, I seen his mother holding a Diego for Heisman poster, and I tell you what, she's a good-looking woman. She must have had him when she was young, because she don't look very old to me. So, hey, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and everyone out there, friends, family, and foes alike. Happy Thanksgiving. I guess we are getting to the closer to the best day of the month or the week, since my birthday is on the 1st, and the 1st happens to be a Monday.
Oh boy.
I'll just let that one go. Yeah, I tell you what, I guess none of the Mountain West games were worth looking at, but UNM, University of New Mexico, is playing, I think, against San Diego State, and they are playing at in Albuquerque at the stadium there. And San Diego State, I think, is 9-2, 6-1 in the Mountain West, and the Lobos are 8-3, and they're 5-2 in the Mountain West. Being that there is a new sense of drive, I guess we ought to call that, which is something new for these Lobos. They haven't had that in such a long time. I mean, 2016 was the last time they were bowl eligible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's quite a few years in the meantime, but they just never had the drive to do better than what they could. Then they'd always lament the fact, well, if we would have had this or we would have had that. This year they're not making excuses. They lose, they screw up, they let you know. The one game that we all thought they were going to get blown out was against Michigan at the first of the year. And they kept it pretty much a 2-score game for most of the way until Michigan finally won 34-17. So, UNM's got nothing to be sorry about this year. It's really been a surprise. A&M in Texas, now that's going back to the days of the Southwest Conference and the Big 12. Man, I tell you what, there is a lot of hate in the state for sure. You're either bleeding maroon or you're bleeding burnt orange on the Facebook page. I mean, it was just, I think it was good natured, and some of it was a little over the edge. But yeah, it's 2.5 points is what A&M is favored by playing in Austin, and I don't know. I really haven't put a whole lot of faith in them because they get the players normally get the big head, and they think that they just as soon as they step on the field that it's their win most times. And this year I haven't seen that, except maybe there against South Carolina when they come out and they were behind 27 points at halftime where they eventually won 31-30. Yeah, college ball, I think, would benefit if they would get rid of the NIL and the portal. I think that is what's killing smaller colleges like UNM, because UNM really don't have a whole lot to offer. They don't really have a football fan base. They're mostly basketball. But, they really can't even pay their coaches more than $1.5 million a year. And that's for both football and basketball. So, you get a coach that's there. If he does good, then yeah, he's going to take the first plane out to the Pac-12 or the Big Ten or the ACC or the SEC. Big 12, he ain't going to stay there. He's going to go. So you really have to find someone who's dedicated and happy with what they are getting, and just pray later on that they can give them a boost in their pay, what it's warranted. And I'm sure he's got a bunch of incentives that if he finishes above last, excuse me, he'll be getting gummit. We'll have to call that GMA BS for their offer on their cough medicine. Good night. So, but yeah, these smaller colleges, they're not going to be anywhere near the level of what the SEC or the Big Ten or whatnot. I mean, do you realize that the SEC has like 6 teams in the top 10? I think 8 in the top 25. I mean, I don't know about you, but that sounds like a lot of teams to me.
That's
from one
right
conference.
That's not uncommon, though, is it? That SEC and the Big Ten, they tend to dominate.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many teams Big Ten has in the top 10. Much less the top 25. But I mean, 1 and 2, obviously Big Ten teams. But it almost seems like the way they got things set up, it's going to be skewed to the bigger conferences. And I think what helped the SEC for getting so many teams in the top 10 or in the top 25 is they pretty much knocked each other off with 1 or 2 losses. And if that's going to be the thing for the next foreseeable future, it's not really going to be a whole lot of. It's just going to be saying, well, which one in the SEC or which one in the Big Ten are going to be the champions, and they're not even going to give a hoot in hell about anyone else because it's always going to be SEC or Big Ten. Oh, Lordy. Well, what else is going on? I think Charlie and Wright were going to call you later on talking about what they plan on doing for Thanksgiving Eve and caroling. They're going to do some Christmas caroling, and I think Charlie's got something he had to say about that, but that's going to be for a later time. We're heading over here to Oklahoma City, and right now it's 37 degrees. It's got a little bit of a breeze out there, not much. I think it's a clear night. I can't see stars, but then again, I can't see clouds either. So, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more of a winter weather type out here. I mean, I got everything set up, but sounds like y'all are about to get hammered here in just a few hours. I think one of the radio callers was saying that right now Minneapolis I think he said was shut down due to blizzard, or at least I-94 due to blizzard conditions. And I tell you what, we had snow well before this time last year. We really ain't had a whole lot. A little bit of rain this past weekend, but nothing really to get all excited about.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still waiting for the winter weather to come, and I hope it's as good as they say it's going to be, because any moisture we can get that gets absorbed in the ground is better for us. There's a lot of houses getting built in my neighborhood. A lot of houses. We just don't have a very good well, with the well water being kind of bad. I mean, if you want to quench your thirst, you got to chew on the water. That's how bad that water is.
Wow.
So every house has a water softener. But I mean, they're wanting to build these expensive houses, and if they xeriscape it to where it's a yard of rocks and gravel and, desert flora, that's fine. But, they're going to want to be able to water this and water that. And, with these big houses, going to be a bunch of people coming in. It's like, do these builders not realize that we live in a desert, and it's a desert for a reason?
They want to change the desert. Let's turn the desert into a tropical paradise. That's very difficult, huh? It kind of goes back to, reminds me of the old Sam Kinison bit about the people that are starving in Africa or whatever, but you live in a desert. You can't grow food. It's the desert. Move out of the desert. Then you won't starve to death. That's blizzard conditions. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the advisory. Northern Wisconsin, portions of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Some of these folks are going to see several feet of snow. From the Weather Service office in Duluth, Minnesota. This is for like Ashland and Hurley counties. Blizzard warnings, 9 to 24 inches. More like 12 to 23 inches for northern and east central Ashland County. 17 to 29 inches for northern Iron County. Winds up to 45 miles per hour. Obviously, travel will become difficult to impossible. Let me see. Here's another for a handful of counties there. 12 to 29 inches snow accumulations. Highest accumulation along the spine of the Kowini, the higher terrain of Baraga County, near the Porkies, and higher elevations of Ontonagon County. Winds up to 55 miles per hour. So the blowing, the drifting, definitely going to see some impassable roadways in the mix there. So, from right about Duluth to Ironwood, kind of in that zone, then on east over into the UP of Michigan. Batten down the hatches. If it hasn't yet, Old Man Winter has officially arrived. Meanwhile, out west, before we get to our top of the hour news break, there's several events, two separate events concerning fuel that are having some far-reaching effects. Earlier in the month, November 11th, there was a leak discovered that forced the shutdown of the Olympic pipeline near Everett, Washington. Much of the gasoline, jet fuel, diesel, petroleum products transported through the Pacific Northwest moves through that pipeline. So supplying jet fuel to Seattle-Tacoma International Airport is one of the major concerns, with as many as 900,000 travelers expected here through the Thanksgiving holiday. According to airport officials, if the pipeline fuel deliveries did not resume by the 22nd, airport operations would be affected by federally mandated fuel management requirements. Delta was among the airlines warning of flight schedule changes potentially as of Monday of this week. The pipeline was still offline, with the source of the fuel leak yet to be discovered. Let me see here. One official said a lack of truck resources to transport jet fuel and the distance from fuel suppliers to the airport is a major challenge. Trucks are currently operating at a deficit, while the two locations with the most transportable fuel are a 2 or 3 hour drive from the airport. Washington State issued an emergency order to help expedite fuel deliveries, waiving the hours of service requirements for carriers and drivers assisting in the fuel efforts there. More to come after this as we close out another hour, number 2 in the books. Meanwhile, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration from putting restrictions on disaster aid intended for the Bay Area and elsewhere.
It means local governments can freely use hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds to prepare for natural disasters like fires and floods. The Trump administration had demanded the funds be tied with restrictions on DEI initiatives. Earlier this year, President Trump asked Congress to only allow the funds to go to local governments that promise not to give favorable treatment to minorities or transgender residents. 19 local governments and agencies filed a lawsuit in response, including those in San Francisco and Oakland and in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she will appeal after the criminal indictments against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey were dismissed by a federal judge.
Both claim the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District was unlawful. Comey was indicted for allegedly lying to Congress about the Trump-Russia investigation, while James was indicted for mortgage fraud. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Health officials are raising concerns as the flu is spreading earlier than usual in certain parts of the country.
Some infectious disease specialists have already noted a sharp increase in flu cases over the past few weeks as a form of the virus called H3N2 subclade K has set off massive outbreaks in Canada and the UK. The CDC says the majority of flu circulating so far this season in the US is the H3N2 HT2 strain, which can cause more hospitalizations and deaths in older adults. The concerns come as millions of Americans prepare to travel and gather for the Thanksgiving and other upcoming holidays. I'm Jim Roop.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
French authorities have arrested 4 more suspects in the October Louvre heist. 2 men aged 38 and 29 and 2 women aged 31 and 40 were taken into custody. That brings the total to 8 arrests, with 4 already charged with organized theft and criminal conspiracy. Justin De La Torre is the new chief of the U.S. Border Patrol in San Diego, taking over assignments in Una and Imperial Beach. He says agents are seeing steady activity along the border, working around the clock to stop illegal crossings.
When people have been smuggled into the United States, they're paying $10,000, $15,000 each to be smuggled and then trafficked into the United States. They have to work off their smuggling debt to the cartels. It's a really bad situation. The only people who benefit from that are the cartels themselves, who are making money off exploiting those people.
De La Torre notes protests over enforcement, but says Border Patrol's focus remains on security, with Southwest border apprehensions at their lowest in 55 years. South Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sheriff-Lewis McCormick is facing federal charges for allegedly misusing a multi-million-dollar COVID relief overpayment to fund her 2021 campaign. Attorney Laura Field Krasnoff.
DOJ decided to indict a black Democratic congresswoman without giving her attorneys the opportunity to meet with them. And I think if there's anything that we have learned in recent times, this government is willing to charge and indict and arrest somebody without actual evidence.
Prosecutors cite text messages and checks as evidence. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back. Another hour underway here on a Wednesday. Typically hump day, but seeing as it's Thanksgiving Eve. We left off there, top of the hour, talking about the Washington State issuing an emergency order when it comes to the fuel deliveries. Meanwhile, the state of Oregon, they say, receives 90% of its refined petroleum through the Olympic pipeline. They've also declared an emergency due to the shutdown. The Oregon Fuel Action Plan is also in effect, they tell us. Fuel from the pipeline is a critical part of Oregon's transportation infrastructure, which has vulnerabilities due to a heavy reliance on this single source for most of our petroleum-based fuel. According to the declaration, hours of service requirements are suspended for commercial motor vehicle operators providing direct assistance through December 24, Christmas Eve. Individuals suspected of excessive prices for fuel or essential consumer goods, price gouging, can report violations to the Oregon Department of Justice Consumer Protection Services. All right. So a couple of things going on there in the Pacific Northwest. And, of course, they're also dealing with weather issues where the umbrellas and the raincoats are going to be needed across the Northwest through Thanksgiving Day as yet another Pacific storm approaches. Travel problems leading up to Thanksgiving, as well as people that are going to be headed immediately home following Thanksgiving. The flow of moisture flowing in from the Pacific leads to rain, travel delays along the I-5 corridor in Oregon and Washington right through Thanksgiving Day. This system won't officially be an atmospheric river, as they call it, but it's going to cause some travel problems. After the early week system associated with an atmospheric river moving inland over the Northwest, a short break will be followed by another system from later today, Wednesday, into Thursday night. While widespread flooding is not expected along the Washington-Oregon coast and the I-5 corridor, there will obviously be slower travel, road spray, localized downpours. This will be a bit less intense than the early week system, but due to the longer duration, it will maintain a risk of mudslides, particularly near recent burn scar areas. Meanwhile, Plowboy joins us here on a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. What's going on, Plowboy?
Well, good morning. Before I forget, happy Thanksgiving to everybody early, since this is the last show till then. Trump, why did we have to talk about that game that we lost to Auburn? At 109-yard return, that damn thing was. Yeah. That was a bad damn game. Like he said, just because of 1 second on the clock.
Yep.
Yeah, that was not a good game. Did Ed or Grump happen to say anything about the game that's going on in South Carolina? Clemson versus the Game Chickens.
That was not on their list. Not on their list of picks.
Well, it's being played in Columbia. And let's remember a game that was just played in Kyle Field when the Game Chickens took on A&M. At halftime, if I remember right, 30-3. As the Clemson game, as Clemson plays as shoddy as they can play, the Game Chickens will beat the hell or flog the hell out of the Clemson Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of coaches being canned, Dabo Sweeney will be looking for a job by Black Friday or by Saturday, Sunday morning next week sometime to go. they're done with him, and he's done at Clemson. But no, that's just where I stand on that game. Yeah, I'm just a guesstimate. Plus, I know Gouger won't call in, so we just got to say what Clemson will do. They'll get shellacked. It's fun. Steve, on harder things. Are we going to hear how many non-English speaking drivers got caught up on 80-90 up in your great state of Ohio when they can't read the sign that says road shut down for oversized vehicles and things like that? Are they going to go across 30 and plug up everything like they've been known how to do in the past? That's the dang thing. When they close a highway up there, they don't close every one of them, and it makes for a bad trip. I've seen toll roads getting cleaned up there, and
right.
I dropped down 30, and that's a pretty good trip. Just had to watch what you were doing, going through towns and all that. It's not going to be a very... And really, it's sad, especially when this is going to be the biggest Thanksgiving weekend. You said, how long? And now, did I hear you said that even the buses were blocked from running the toll road too?
Depending on the length of the bus, any 2-axle buses, 40 feet or longer. If it's got 3 axles or more, anything longer than 45 feet. I'm not sure what the typical length of a bus is, but.
Wow, I just think about all the hounds and all the charter buses going across there.
Right.
Somewhere, I don't know. It's just amazing how. Pappy, when he was talking about all the dumb drivers over in Harrison County, in your Cincinnati land, we've had them. I've been listening to Tanner all night up here in Kansas City, Missouri area. They've had screwed up traffic chases. The crazies are out early. Like I said, other than that, by the way, eat plenty of turkey and get on the cats. We got plenty of good football. And by the way, I'll even throw this one in for a measure. Cowboys will beat Kansas City in Dallas.
Okay. All right. There's Plowboy makes the call. Cowboys with the W on Thanksgiving Day. That's his prediction. Someone had shared here, fuel prices are indeed down. We're under $3 per gallon here. It was, I think I paid $3.69 or $2.69 rather this past day. I saw somebody shared the marquee at a Walmart there over on the Indiana side at $2.48 per gallon. Yeah, we're looking at right here in time for Thanksgiving travel. Gas prices at the lowest level we've seen in about 4 years. National average right about $3 a gallon. ABC News added some perspective, noting that each of the last 2 years have come in below Thanksgiving Day gas prices going back to the year 2020, when the pandemic, of course, had everybody home. There was no demand. Prices had cratered. The decline in gas prices owed in part to a steep drop in the cost of crude oil, of course, the underlying commodity that you have to turn into gas at the refineries. Patrick DeHaan at GasBuddy.com said the global benchmark price of crude has fallen about 17% since June, about $63.40 a barrel. There's a number of states averaging under $3 per gallon. Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Indiana, Ohio, Minnesota, Texas, several more. AAA added overall demand is low this time of year. That helps keep the pump prices down. Yeah, the national averages seen a few fluctuations this year thanks to low crude prices, and we didn't have any major storms affecting the refineries down along the Gulf Coast. Yeah, matter of fact, we're about to wrap up the official Atlantic hurricane season without a landfalling hurricane here in the U.S. this season. 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Well, of course, when the NFL lines up the schedules for a season, they always anticipate rivalry games and things of that nature. For your prime time, your Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night, all those. Of course, this year, Thanksgiving Day had the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Baltimore Ravens penned in. Of course, when the season started, there was no expectation that Joe Burrow would be knocked out for most of the season. Flacco did his job. Joe Flacco came in. He put up plenty of points, plenty of yards. Bengals defense was not there to assist. I think one win in Flacco's starts overall. I guess, I don't know, it may add a little bit of anticipation or excitement for the nightcap on Thanksgiving Day, which, again, has the Bengals versus the Ravens. Joe Burrow, they say, is back, and he will be starting Thanksgiving Day against the Ravens. Number 9 returns in prime time. We'll see is he actually ready. So that makes a little interesting side note there for our Thanksgiving third game of the day in the NFL. Well, horse feathers, what's happening?
No, I was trying to figure it out, Your Honor. So is Cincinnati there? They're coming to Baltimore for Thursday night, right? Having their turkey dinner?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think they come to Baltimore. So, but anyway, so for today, are we doing Mike today, or was it yesterday we did it because we did it, or we heard that Captain Ron was on, and it's the day closer to the greatest day of the week, which means it's Hey Becky. What? Huh? what are we doing here? I don't even know where to go with this one, so I don't know. I guess for all the people be out here working all week like me and Becky and maybe Brain Dead there. Hey, Mike. For the few of us that don't have a good job, I guess we got to come out here and stay and not have time off with our families.
Oh, boy. Yeah. It's not everybody gets to be off. That's correct.
No. So, anyways, well, thanks to everybody that's out there. I think what do we call them? We call them essential workers, right, Your Honor?
Yes.
Isn't that the special title they get? Essential workers. And that goes to the fuel haulers that are out there on the West Coast now that are now known as essential workers and no longer need the hours of service because they're safe, Your Honor. They're safe to drive. They don't need to be regulated. But anyways, well, we all know what that game is about. Anyways, but so let's see here. So you were saying that tomorrow's supposed to be the big travel day, but our NBC News affiliate, local news station here, who starts their newscast at 4 o'clock, they have an hour news at 4 o'clock, they have an hour news at 5 o'clock, they have a half-hour news at 6 o'clock, then they put on the NBC National News from 6:30 to 7. At 7 o'clock, they have a half-hour news, and then at 10 o'clock, they have news, and 11 o'clock, they have... What happened to NBC programming, Your Honor? How come NBC doesn't have TV shows on the air? All they have is news.
News, right?
It's all news all the time, all news. But I thought that's what MSNBC was for. Isn't that what MSNBC? Weren't they supposed to be news all? I don't know. Yeah. Again, can't keep up with this. Too much news with no news, right? But they were saying, because they were showing all the heavy traffic, brake lights in one direction, headlights in the other direction, and 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, that today must be the heaviest travel day. But I don't think they put into effect that account that a lot of people that were leaving work today were actually probably leaving work a little bit early because they're taking tomorrow off. So it was probably a little heavier than normal rush hour, a little bit earlier, and then we had the major rain coming through at the same time and just totally devastated any type of traffic movement whatsoever. So I don't know. The travel could have been just as bad today as it's going to be tomorrow because of the weather and maybe a little extra early rush hour, but I think you're on the right track there. That tomorrow is going to be or today is Wednesday as it is now. Right. Is going to be the heavy travel day there. So we'll have to see how that goes. As far as our weather goes here, we've kind of got it cleared out. They said there might still be some lingering showers, especially towards the daylight hours south of D.C. and to the east, up the eastern shore, up the Jersey coast. So anybody going to be around that area in the morning time, you might have some more dampness coming through, but other than that, it's supposed to start breaking up and then clearing up for the day here, and then I guess we don't get any more weather until Sunday when everybody wants to go home, Your Honor.
Yes.
So yes, exactly. So it'll be wonderful, but anyways, there. So a little bit ago, I got a text message. And I don't know who it came from and whether it was AI generated or what, but we got this issue in Maryland right now that this governor that we have is, of course, Democrat, and 95% of the political seats in Maryland, it seem like, are being held by Democrats, and they're trying to do this gerrymandering thing here to pretty much eliminate the Republican Party from the state of Maryland altogether, trying to redistrict and everything.
Right.
This text message said that there's supposed to be some maybe representatives, I don't know if they're House or Senate or what they are, out in Indiana that are supposed to be helping us, but they're refusing to. Do you know anything about that? As I say, I don't know where this text message came from. It just was a phone number, and they didn't put their name of the organization of who they represented, so I was just kind of don't know what to don't know what to say, who it's from or whether it's true or whether somebody just wants you to click on something to try to scam you out of something, because it seems to be everything out there is a scam at this point. But anyways, but yeah, it looks like if the governor has his way here, they're gonna work on getting rid of the Republican Party altogether in the state of Maryland. So just check that box off that, you know, Maryland will never vote for the Republican side any major election.
Right.
But anyway, so something else I came across there. You remember a race car driver by the name of Kenny Wallace?
Absolutely.
You know, Rusty Wallace's little brother.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently, yeah, who? Rusty who? Yeah. But anyway, so Kenny's got this thing he does on the internet there, podcast type thing on Facebook, and he was saying that, you know, we got this, and as Brain Dead's been talking about, we got this possible lawsuit or a lawsuit going on for Michael Jordan with NASCAR and 2311 or whoever they are, and supposedly Richard Childress has had a little issue with NASCAR and supposedly is saying something about a lawsuit. So in response to that, one of the NASCAR, is not an official, but one of the business people there in the NASCAR business office, I guess said something to say that Richard Childress should be taken out back and flogged. Can you imagine an executive in a business saying that one of the elite people from your that competes in your organization,
right,
for making a comment should be taken out back and flogged? I mean, look that definition up on the internet, on Google there, Your Honor. Read the definition of flogging. I mean, as Kenny said, they would have been a lot better off saying we'd like to take him out back and whip his butt, but to say flogging, that's pretty harsh, Your Honor.
Taking it to this extreme, in other words. Well, I'll see if I can get more info on that. Don't lease or buy another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Visit tel360.com today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is denying reports that President Trump plans to remove FBI Director Kash Patel. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, cited sources saying Patel's aides are frustrated and Andrew Bailey could replace him, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the story completely made up, posting a photo of Trump and Patel smiling in the Oval Office. The FBI is scheduling interviews with 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged military and intelligence personnel not to follow illegal orders. President Trump called their actions seditious, while the lawmakers say the FBI effort is an intimidation tactic. Defense officials are reviewing retired Senator Mark Kelly's actions, raising questions about the misuse of federal power and First Amendment protections for members of Congress.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, that'll be interesting. Later today and on into Thanksgiving morning, forecasters tell us Lake Erie, well, portions of it will vanish in a lot of the western basin later today. This could end up being one of the biggest events in recent memory, they're saying. The water on Lake Erie is expected to drop 6 feet compared to current levels. And that's actually going to expose the lake bed in the western basin later this afternoon and evening and into early Thanksgiving. This may reveal portions of shipwrecks in shallow water, other things that are normally under 6 feet of water on a normal day. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service has issued a gale warning for all of Lake Erie from this morning, Wednesday morning, through Friday morning. National Weather Service says they're expecting some waves may reach 20 feet in the central and eastern half of the lake. The water level before the waves is forecast to be more than 11 feet higher along the shore of Buffalo, New York, compared to Toledo, Ohio. The winds are going to be pushing all the water toward the east across the lake. Now, they do say if you head out this afternoon or Thanksgiving morning to either watch the waves Or some people probably will venture out searching the drained lake bed. Please be careful. Yeah, the water will not rush back like a tsunami, but the water levels will be in flux. If you're near Lake Erie, where the water and waves reach monster levels, please keep a safe distance between you and the water. You don't want to mess with the power and the anger of Lake Erie. Monster waves on Erie later today. How about that? Well, let's head on down to Florida. Philip, what's going on?
I got one thing to say to horse feathers. Oh, my Lord. It's hump day. What do you think there, Steve? I'm working.
Yeah.
I don't know about Essential, but I'm going to be working.
Yeah.
So I guess I got to help everybody out with their Mickey Mouse needs. So I guess I'll be Essential in the Mickey department. So I'll be there Thursday, be driving the monorail. If anybody wants to see me, I'll be at the Contemporary Resort. I'm not sure what monorail I'm going to be driving. I don't know what train's going to be our daily venture, but we'll find out on Thursday. It's one of those fluid situations, like we always say. It's a fluid situation. We don't know how it's going to turn out, but it's going to turn out. So, but anyway, I hope you guys out there have a good holiday. Steve, are you ready for that turkey?
I reckon, ready or not, it's almost time.
I'm telling you. And by the way, folks, if you want to know how much fuel these big airplanes take, I mean, we just seen that airplane crash over in Kentucky, right? And that was a big plane. And you know, you look over there at them big 747s that take everybody over there to, you know, the other side of the world. And you get them big fuel trucks like you see at the gas station. You know, you see that big long fuel truck out there. That 747 holds 3 of those if you want to fill it up from empty to full. So, and a little bit more, you know, if they need it. But, and that big plane that crashed in Kentucky, that had about 3 of them trucks too as well.
Yeah.
If you want to look at it that way, if you want to get a visualization about how much fuel something like that takes. But, Steve, you're talking about the gas prices. Over here in Florida, it's kind of a little bit over $3, depending on where you go. In some places, it's down below that. But I think a lot of it is the state's taxation. They're not throwing that number into the price of fuel. What do you think, Steve? You think the taxation in different states? I mean, you look at, you know, back in the day when I lived up by Chicago, if we was close to Indiana, we always snuck over the border in Indiana and bought all our fuel if we could get it, you know, because it was cheaper. You know, and can't do that down here in Florida. Ain't too many borders other than Georgia, and Georgia's actually cheaper than us. But, you know, it's. I think a lot of it is the state's taxation. What do you think, buddy?
And, well, you know, as far as the national average, you know, being over, you know, right about $3 per gallon, you get, yeah, out west, California, I think they're still averaging close to $5 a gallon. So when you put all the numbers together, that pulls up the national average.
Absolutely. You know, California's always been through the roof with their fuel, and you know, the cost of living and all that. You know, and it's amazing. I mean, how many states we have, and how different each one is, and how their governments handle things. You know, some states have state income tax, some don't. You know, it's just utilization of money and the different things, you know, and fuel dependability is a big thing. And that's what you're seeing, like you were talking about earlier in Portland and Oregon and all those places and Seattle, you know, and it's like out in Texas. You figured the cheapest place for fuel in Texas would be right beside the refinery. But some instances, it's not, you know. And that number we're looking at, 60. Folks, if it gets below $60 a barrel, you're going to see a lot of people freaking out, especially the folks in Texas and different places where the oil is coming out of the ground and produced. You know, I mean, when it gets below 60, everybody gets a little antsy. Have you seen that before, Steve?
Yeah, where it starts to be cost prohibitive, cost more to get it out of the ground than they can sell it for.
Absolutely. It's like anything else in the world today. It's all supply and demand, and that's what everything stems around, supply and demand. The more fuel that's demanded, the higher the price goes, and we're seeing that with, nowadays, it's even got into our stores. You look at going down to your grocery store and buying stuff, dynamic pricing has snuck its way into the grocery store, and everything from, back in the day, it's just meat, that kind of stuff, eggs, but now it's gone into everything. Toilet paper, paper towels, everything, dynamic pricing. Your fuel, when your fuel goes up, your dynamic pricing kicks in for certain things, because it takes fuel to move it. Steve, I wonder how much it's going to cost them per gallon to move that jet fuel on a truck compared to doing that pipeline to get that fuel to Seattle. I'd like to see that number. Would you like to see that number, Steve? That's going to be huge.
Yep.
And when they do that, guess what that's going to do? It's going to raise the price on all your packages that are moved by UPS and FedEx on the plane. It's going to raise your prices on your airline tickets to go to Grandma's house on Thanksgiving. It's that dynamic pricing stuff, and that's pretty much what it is in a barrel. So, hey guys, I'm sorry I don't talk too much about football because I'm not a big football guy, but one game I would like to watch, and try to watch on Thanksgiving, but this year I won't get to see it, is Detroit playing. Now, I'm not a Detroit guy, but one of the old staples of back in the old days of Thanksgiving was always watching Detroit play on Thanksgiving. So I hope everybody out there has a good time watching the games and has a good holiday. And thanks for having me, buddy. Y'all be safe.
Happy Thanksgiving, although, you won't be spending it at home with the family, enjoying a turkey dinner. You'll be shuttling everybody around the mouse house, right? About 17 before the hour, came across one other meteorologist there talking about the Great Lakes and Lake Erie's. His headline is, "Unbelievable. Lake Erie will be fierce today." Wind gust may reach 50 to 60 miles per hour over the lake Wednesday. The massive powers of the strong winds will generate a surge of water, emptying much of the shallow western Lake Erie Basin, driving huge water level rise to the eastern portions of the lake. By later this evening, they said the difference in water level from western to eastern Lake Erie could reach a 12-foot differential, all driven by powerful winds. There is a lakeshore flood watch for the immediate shoreline areas near and around Buffalo. Some impacts from flooding are possible there. Latest forecast also calls for waves. Central Lake Erie building 13 to 18 feet, occasional waves to 23 feet. It's a rare feat to get waves over 20 feet on Lake Erie at all, they tell us. Very impressive. Well, brain dead, another one of those grocery haulers. I guess you'll be working like everybody that has to haul the groceries for Thanksgiving.
Well, I'll be off tonight, and I think it's pick back. We'll be closed Thursday, in other words, and then pick back up on Friday. But real quickly, before I get to horse feathers and what he said, we got a couple little things to get out of the way real quick. Last night I heard Buckwheat on the podcast talking about the spam callers. Now, there's several ways you can combat these guys. Now, first off, I don't know who your cell phone service is through, but think about it myself, we go through AT&T. AT&T, and I imagine Verizon, T-Mobile, all your providers have an app to help block the spam callers. Like we have Active Armor. And it does a good job, for the most part, of blocking them out. And, of course, it's free. You know, you drive up your alley, Steve. But now, to the iPhones, we have iPhones. When iPhone came out with the big update in October, from the 19 to the 26, that's one of the things they put into that update is to help block spam callers. Now, it's not 100% effective, don't get me wrong, but if you really want to get rid of them, here's what you're going to have to do. Robocalls are illegal. You have to do that whole Google search thing to find out which ones are and which ones aren't. But the Federal Trade Commission, if you're signed up on the do not call list, you've gone to the Federal Registry and signed up for the do not call list, and they call you, you need to get their name, a website of some kind, and file a complaint with the Federal Trade Commission. Now, if they investigate it and they do determine that it is a spam call or telemarketer, and they've called you on the do not registry list, that is a $500 payment to you. Now, the other thing too is if they have enough complaints, they do take them to court. You can get up to $10,000. So, kind of does a little bit of time to jot things down. Now, the other thing, too, is they're taking your number, Steve. Say like I'm a telemarketer, okay? I can take your number, spoof it to where if you call me back, it's not coming to me, it's going to you. You follow where I'm going with that?
Yes, sir.
So there is ways to combat them, and it comes to your favor, but you have to sign up for the Do Not Call registry first. So you want to take a quick break and come back?
Let's take care of business, as they say. It's 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, coming up, I guess we'll give you an update. You can add Mississippi to the growing list of states doing their part to remove drivers who cannot speak the English language. How many? We've got the numbers. And of course, the president issuing the traditional pardon this past day to a couple of North Carolina turkeys. Who was it? Gobble and Waddle. Gobble and Waddle. Yeah, we'll get to that coming up here first. All right, back to Brain Dead. I don't know, were you going to address Horse Feather's question about Hendrick? We need to take him out back and flog him?
Oh, it gets worse than that. Let me pause for just a second. Now, when I was waking up, I heard kind of Big Ed and them talking about college football, and it's going to be interesting to see the coaches watch this year. Everybody has projected Lane Kiffin to go to LSU. Okay, well, possibly. Me personally, if I was Lane Kiffin, I would not go to LSU. You built a very good program. It's a top 5 program. Why leave that program on top to go rebuild something? I don't foresee Lane Kiffin leaving. Now, maybe the university will throw a little bit of money his way, but right now LSU can't do nothing. Because if I remember reading the report right, that Brian Kelly has a lawsuit pending against the university, which is why they can't make any hiring decisions, because Bruce Kelly claims that he has not been properly fired nor compensated for his departure.
Right.
It was just out of the blind side. And I totally agree with what Grump was saying, and they were saying, they were on top. They were doing good. They had one lousy game, and they got rid of the coach. You look at Belichick. Belichick is 1-10, they said, and he's still there. Obviously, there's something there that we're not seeing, like Deion Sanders. I think it was said here a few weeks ago, Deion Sanders needs to step down and retire, not for health reasons, and I agree with that. But you look at what he's done this year. He really, from last year to this year, is kind of like night and day. It's just like, what happened to the magic and the mojo?
Yeah.
And on my way out, I heard Heatwave talking about the portal. Well, yeah, I do agree with the NIL has ruined college sports, and not just football in general. This is basketball, baseball, whatever. And there's a cap on all the money. There's rules and regulations and stuff that go along with this. And it's crazy, but now I can see the portal opening. I can see transfers happening. Say, like, you have a kid that's at a school, 1,000 miles away, and he needs to be closer to home. I could see that, no problem. But just to jump for money is ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous in my book. What do you say, Steve?
I'm with you there, Brain Dead, 100%.
Now, the topic du jour, thanks to horse feathers. Eventually, I'll get that right, horse feathers. This all came out because of the whole deposition hearing that's been held the last couple of weeks. And it's really mind-boggling. The books have been open. And not just on 2311 side, but also with NASCAR. And Steve Phelps and Jim France had these communications back and forth. And it is really sad that you have a gentleman who's been in the sport for 45 years, who is pretty much one of the legacies other than Richard Petty and Rick Hendrick, and they're talking about that. But it wasn't just NASCAR, folks. It was Spire Motorsports, too. Spire Motorsports called him an aging redneck that needs to get out of NASCAR. Now, folks, if you follow the money here, Penske got his own car dealership and truck leasing and everybody else. Hendricks got his car dealerships and whatnot. This is the only thing Richard Childress has, is the racing team and the racing operations. He doesn't have anything else to fall back on. And I do find this very funny and very, very funny. Jeff Gordon has said for the last 10 years, quote, Hendrick Motorsports has not made a profit. But when the books were open with 2311 in front row, 2311 over last year, I think it was, or 24, they made $3.5 million profit. They even held an $83,000 Christmas party. So how can Hendrick, a multi-billion-dollar operation, with all the car lots and all of that, not make any money, But here it is, a little up-and-coming team has made a profit. You follow where the money's going?
Yeah.
Because somebody is lying on their bugs. Because, and I don't remember who it was that said, well, they had to sign the charters in order to stay afloat. Maybe you're not managing your money right. Because there was also an email from Denny Hamlin that said that he needed, that NASCAR needed to get the cost of these cars from $15 million to $10 million, and it would be a lot more cost effective for teams. And I agree with that. Costs are outrageous, but it has really exposed things. What's his name? Steve Phelps went on. I can't remember where it was, but he said that they have finally woke up and realized that they are screwed over their core fans, which is people like me and you and the rest of the huddled masses out here. And they're going to try this year to get them back. So what they have done, they have gotten a consulting company to come in to try to help tarnish their to rebuild their image and to rebuild their tarnished image. This lawsuit ain't helping you. The lawsuit is really exposing the real dirt and truth, because now the judge has got to rule: do we break up NASCAR because it is a monopoly? Do we say, okay, well, you have to sell off the tracks and all of the operation entities to somebody else to manage and control, or you have to sell off the tracks altogether? You know, cars and all of that. It's really, the next few weeks is going to be really deeply to see. Because, Steve, I hope you have a good holiday, my friend. I will talk to you one day next week.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving to you there, Brain Dead. Thank you for the update.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration from putting restrictions on disaster aid intended for the Bay Area and elsewhere.
It means local governments can freely use hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds to prepare for natural disasters like fires and floods. The Trump administration had demanded the funds be tied with restrictions on DEI initiatives. Earlier this year, President Trump asked Congress to only allow the funds to go to local governments that promise not to give favorable treatment to minorities or transgender transgender residents, 19 local governments and agencies filed a lawsuit in response, including those in San Francisco and Oakland and in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she will appeal after the criminal indictments against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey were dismissed by a federal judge.
Both claim the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District was unlawful. Comey was indicted for allegedly lying to Congress about the Trump-Russia investigation, while James was indicted for mortgage fraud. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Health officials are raising concerns as the flu is spreading earlier than usual in certain parts of the country.
Some infectious disease specialists have already noted a sharp increase in flu cases over the past few weeks as a form of the virus called H3N2 subclade K has set off massive outbreaks in Canada and the UK. The CDC says the majority of flu circulating so far this season in the U.S. is the H3N2 strain, which can cause more hospitalizations and deaths in older adults. The concerns come as millions of Americans prepare to travel and gather for the Thanksgiving and other upcoming holidays. I'm Jim Root.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
French authorities have arrested 4 more suspects in the October Louvre heist. 2 men aged 38 and 29 and 2 women aged 31 and 40 were taken into custody. That brings a total to 8 arrests, with 4 already charged with organized theft and criminal conspiracy. Justin De La Torre is the new chief of the U.S. Border Patrol in San Diego, taking over assignments in Una and Imperial Beach. He says agents are seeing steady activity along the border, working around the clock to stop illegal crossings.
When people have been smuggled into the United States, they're paying $10,000, $15,000 each to be smuggled and then trafficked into the United States. They have to work off their smuggling debt to the cartels. It's a really bad situation. The only people who benefit from that are the cartels themselves, who are making money off exploiting those people.
De La Torre notes protests over enforcement, but says Border Patrol's focus remains on security, with Southwest border apprehensions at their lowest in 55 years. South Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sheriff-Lewis McCormick is facing federal charges for allegedly misusing a multi-million-dollar COVID relief overpayment to fund her 2021 campaign. Attorney Laura Field Krasnoff.
DOJ decided to indict a Black Democratic Congresswoman without giving her attorneys the opportunity to meet with them. And I think if there's anything that we have learned in recent times, this government is willing to charge and indict and arrest somebody without actual evidence.
Prosecutors cite text messages and checks as evidence. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, how about that? Welcome into, well, it's a Wednesday, hump day, Thanksgiving Eve. Here it is. 26th day of November. I guess you officially kind of kick off the holidays. Santa Claus rolls into town, I don't know, officially with the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, right? All the boys and girls start getting excited. Christmas time's a-coming. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, Scott checking in via Facebook. Morning. Happy Thanksgiving. It's a good time to remind everyone that Plymouth Rock, carved in 1492 to mark the arrival of the Pilgrims in Massachusetts, was at sea level. Today, some 533 years later, hey, it's still at sea level. Just a brief reminder, climate change is a hoax. Yeah, it should have been underwater a long time ago, shouldn't it? Thank you, Scott. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, all. Be safe. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving from the country 80s and Southern Rockin'. Be safe on the highways. God bless you all. Dale, happy Thanksgiving from San Antonio, Texas. Yeah, by the way, gas in Denver was as low as $1.89 a gallon. Wow. That's down. I didn't think we'd ever see gas below $2 a gallon again. I'd love to see that. Roki, happy Thanksgiving to you. He says, do you think we'll hear it today? A federal judge just issued an emergency injunction barring President Trump from pardoning the Thanksgiving turkeys this year. Reason is they haven't been indicted yet. Well, yesterday was actually the day the president upholding that Thanksgiving tradition, pardoning the 2 North Carolina turkeys. The lighthearted Rose Garden ceremony actually blended a little bit of humor with some sweeping political remarks. He had to get a few swipes in on the left. Trump joked about the past turkey pardons, stating that last year's ceremonies were invalid because Joe Biden used the auto pen to pardon last year's turkeys. That was Peach and Blossom. So he had to retroactively, officially pardon them as well. This year's turkeys both weigh in more than 50 pounds, repeatedly described by the president as record-setting, joined by the vice president, senior administration officials, members of Congress, praising the farmers that raised the birds, and then delivering the formal pardon. Gobble, I just want to tell you this, very important. You are hereby unconditionally pardoned. And then he reached over and gave him a pat. Who would want to harm this beautiful bird, he says. It's not clear exactly what happened to Waddle, the second turkey set for reprieve Waddle was nowhere to be found. Waddle, by the way, is missing in action, but that's okay, said the president. We'll pretend he's here. 844-844-3388. All right, Pappy, I guess Kelly week, so you're off right through Thanksgiving, right?
Yes, sir. Waddle's probably in the oven of the chief chef at the White House.
Could be, yeah, right?
Man, that was a big bird. I saw a clip on that. He made a comment, even though the First Lady thought it would be a good gesture if we pardon Kamala. He goes, we're not going to do that. Never. Steve, man, the weather. I am kind of keeping an eye on the weather here. Temperature's just dropping big time. Winds kicking. Tomorrow's looking all right as far as any precipitation, but Saturday and Sunday ain't looking good, man. I don't know if you could find out if they're talking snow or what, but
I mean, right now, most of the models for us here in the southern reaches of Ohio are showing more of a rain event. There's going to be a swath potentially of some pretty significant accumulation. They're showing like through the heart of Illinois, Indiana, on over maybe from Columbus on northward. That's what I'm seeing right now. So I think we may see.
I just saw them low temperatures.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen them lows in the 20s, so I'm thinking, man, if it comes through when the temperature is that, then it obviously equals snow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I'll be out there this weekend. Yeah, Steve, the guys, we got this group chat thing. We call ourselves the Moon Goons, right? And there's several people in it. Even people that have left to go somewhere else to work are still in the chat because they were once in there. And anyway, so there's many, many, many crashes tonight. Steve, they were mostly local. Now listen to this. One guy, his car was totaled, just left Kroger's, had about $400 worth of groceries in there that all got wiped out. Lucky him, right?
Wow.
Most of these people, Steve, had groceries in their car, right? Everybody's trying to get out and do that last minute grocery shopping. So I think that's where most of the crashes were coming from locally here.
Wow.
Because everybody's out there in the last minute running around, so to speak, I guess. But, man, that amazed me, too, what you said about the winds up there.
On the lake?
Man, what the heck? A 6-foot drop? That's crazy. And, hey, global warming is not a hoax, Steve. Come on, man. 10,000 years ago, we were under ice. It's man-made.
That's the hoax.
Warming.
Yes.
It's a hoax. All right? All the cows and your pets and us humans. Well, see, I mean, the Democrats are really ramping up this whole rage thing. Man, I don't know if you've heard James Carville. We need to get rid of the woke and go with the rage.
The rage. That's a new one on me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and what the heck were they saying? They were talking about, these charges getting dropped, and Trump explained that pretty well the other night. But the way they can swear, the way they just come out and lie and think nothing of it. There is absolutely no evidence, none at all, right? We're talking about some of these indictments, and I think Pam Bondi came back with, you know how many thousands of emails and evidence that we got? But then when it comes out with Trump, where there's no evidence, there's mountains of evidence against Trump. It's just, news media, it's just, and it's not going to stop. I just heard this for the first time, Steve, on your news break there, that I guess there's rumors going around. Old Cash might be on the chopping block. I don't know. That's what
MS Now apparently shared that story yesterday. Now, Caroline Leavitt came back and said that that's totally fake news. And I guess she shared the report with the president, she said, and he kind of laughed. And Kash Patel was there, and his president said, "Get up, let's take a picture together, Kash, and show him how good of a job you're doing."
Right.
You don't know who to believe.
Well, you know, even even if there was anything to it, you know, Trump's not going to come out and say, well, you know, I don't know. You ain't going to hear nothing bad from Trump until it happens, if, in fact, it happens. So, we'll see. All right, man, listen, I just really wanted to call up and wish everybody a very merry, happy Thanksgiving and a safe one. And as you stated, the holiday season is upon us, which means while you're out shopping, keep safety in mind. Be aware of your surroundings. Watch your six. Don't do stupid things like carry your presents or anything you bought and go out and throw it in the back seat and go back in and shop this morning. Had that happen, Steve. Lady went out and bought, I don't know how much of stuff. It was several years ago. But it was a whole back seat full of stuff. Couldn't carry it all, so she goes out, puts it in the back seat of her car, not the trunk, goes back in to shop for some more, and, well, you guessed it.
Nothing there.
She came back, nothing there. 2 windows broken out and nothing in that back seat. So a little common sense here, folks. All right, bud. Merry Christmas. Or, man, I'm really getting happy. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the family, the princess, everybody listening out there. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Thanks a bunch. Be safe.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, Pappy. Enjoy that time off, right? You won't have to worry about being the one getting all these domestic calls. Later on Thursday afternoon when the alcohol starts flowing. Shortly after the turkey dinner. And the brothers and the uncles start throwing fisticuffs. Sometimes they'll break out the damn guns. It gets ugly. It really does. Tons of domestic calls there on Thanksgiving Day, especially later in the afternoon and evening. 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far.
Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, going back a little bit earlier, the prognosticator and the analyst threw me for a loop there a little bit. Yeah, I had already jotted down Grump picking Vanderbilt and Big Ed picking Tennessee. And, they both went opposites on me. Ed going with Vanderbilt, Grump with Tennessee. Of course, we know Grump picked Ohio State to go all the way, so he had to pick the Buckeyes this weekend. Ed's banking on Michigan. And we were talking about the forecast there. A winter storm in the offing, possibly. And Ed said that would tend to assist Michigan in stopping Ohio State. I came across a college sports blurb which says Michigan fans are hoping for a little help slowing down Ohio State's pass attack Saturday. Saturday's forecast in Ann Arbor, a high of 30 degrees, 80% chance of snow. And one Michigan fan says, yes, a snow game's the only way we win. Please, give us some snow. All right. Yeah, we'll see. The anticipation builds, right? I mentioned earlier Mississippi. We can add to the list of state safety officials say hundreds of commercial drivers have been removed from the road for violations of the English language proficiency rules. Over 300 commercial drivers sidelined in Mississippi, according to the DPS. Guess it was day before yesterday. Department of Public Safety Commissioner reported that more than 311 commercial vehicle drivers have been removed from the road for not meeting the English communication standards. Additionally, he said that 145 individuals were referred to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for investigation. It's encouraging to see states like Nevada and Wyoming follow Governor Tate Reeves and the Mississippi Department of Public Safety's lead through Operation Safe Haul. That's where 38 commercial drivers were removed for failing to meet the English requirements. As of the latest numbers, more than 7,000 commercial drivers have been placed out of service nationwide for English violations. Of course, these numbers are going back. It's been nearly a month ago now because we're right there at the tail end of November. As of late October, Transportation Secretary Duffy said it was 7,248 commercial vehicle drivers have been placed out of service nationwide, failing the federal English language standards. So you go with these, state by state. Oklahoma's taken several hundred more off the streets, or the highways. Mississippi with 311. Wyoming in there. It'll be interesting when we get the November numbers in. I'm thinking it's going to be somewhere between easily 8,000 to 9,000. as this trend continues. Hello to the blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
I couldn't sleep last night, so I had C-SPAN radio on just to see what they were doing. They reran some hearing put on by the Democrats, and you had all these people giving sob stories about how ICE is arresting so-called caregivers and the like. And a pediatrician was saying that kids are missing their cancer treatments because of ICE. And it went on and on and on. And I'm saying to myself, hey, if you're going to be deported, then the rest of your family can go with the person who's being deported. It was just incredible hearing these so-called sob stories. And then you have the pediatrician, and she's talking about how kids are missing their cancer treatments because of ICE. And it just went on and on and on and on. It's just incredible.
Wow.
Anyhow, I'm going to be spending Thanksgiving with a neighbor, and I'm looking forward to being there with them. It'll be interesting if they say anything politically. They're to the left of Lenin, as usual in this area. So I have to just be quiet. And if they ask me about my trucker friends, I'll just say they're mostly complaining about parking and other violations that they see on the road, stuff like that. Nothing political. So anyway, I just wanted to shout hello, and everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Be safe out there, and I'll be yakking at you. Are you going to be on Friday?
No, this will be our final show till Sunday night, Monday morning there next week.
Okay, well, you have a happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you and yours have a really good time tomorrow.
Thank you so much, blind man. Good to hear from you. Enjoy your thing. Yeah, mind your P's and Q's. Don't start talking politics. Yeah, we'll end up having one of those domestic calls to blind man's neighbor there in Baltimore. It is 844-844-3388. Thinning out the field. More trucking bankruptcies in the mix. A warehousing and trucking company in New Jersey that marked their centennial last year has filed for bankruptcy protection. P. Judge and Sons, founded in 1924, filing for protection under Chapter 11 in the Federal Bankruptcy Court for New Jersey. Listed their principal place of business as Port Wentworth, Georgia, but the company's long been identified with New Jersey. Yeah, we've got to get our news break, so hold the thought. We'll get back with more on that, other industry headlines, and more of your calls at 844-844-3388. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tell gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is denying reports that President Trump plans to remove FBI Director Kash Patel. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, cited sources saying Patel's aides are frustrated and Andrew Bailey could replace him, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the story completely made up, posting a photo of Trump and Patel smiling in the Oval Office. The FBI is scheduling interviews with 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged military and intelligence personnel not to follow illegal orders. President Trump called their action seditious, while the lawmakers say the FBI effort is an intimidation tactic. Defense officials are reviewing retired Senator Mark Kelly's actions, raising questions about the misuse of federal power and First Amendment protections for members of Congress.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thanks for being with us as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, as we like to say. Who's on board? Norman, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. As we continue enjoying the holidays with family in Colorado. Car still in the shop for repairs. I might have to buy a new one if they don't get it fixed soon. Yeah, the big tipper is waiting, you know. Okay. Everyone have a good holiday. All right, happy Thanksgiving to you, Norman. Justin checks in. Morning, Steve. Just wanted to share, we lost a great driver of over 47 years. 5 million miles logged. The great white, Dave White from Eaton, Ohio. Rest easy, bud. He always attended the truck show there in Louisville. Just passing on. Keep up the great work there, Steve. I listen every night. Plowing snow when I'm out in the old salt shaker for the Ohio Department of Transportation. Yeah, according to some of the early forecast, Justin, sounds like you might be rather busy this winter. Forecasting below normal temperatures in this region, above normal precipitation. Might be a snowy one. See what's going on with, been a while since we talked to the Donut Man. Happy Thanksgiving, Donut Man.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving to you, Steve. Big Semper Fi shout out to one always Captain Ron and Truck and Phil, and of course the biggest bologna spreader of all, the Knuckle Buster.
There you go.
I hope everybody has a happy and safe and blessed Thanksgiving this year. Rolling up here just through Bowling Green, Kentucky, at about 57 degrees down here, like a heat wave.
So are you ready for old man winter, Donut Man?
No.
Nope.
I'm getting, well, when I was a young kid, I used to look forward to, because, you know, we'd go skiing, sledding, snowball fights, all kinds of stuff. Now it's like, it gets 40 degrees out. It's like, man, it's too cold for my butt.
Yeah.
I'll just stay in the house and have my hot coffee and let the kids have the fun. You know what I mean?
You know what we were really looking forward to was just having a day off school. You know, and you'd never want to never wake up early for school if you knew you had school. But if it was snowing out, you'd be up turning on that radio, waiting for the school closings to come across the radio and say, "Hell yeah!"
Exactly, man. I remember that every morning, man.
Yep.
I saw snow flying, man. It's like, then when you heard 2-hour delay, it's like, what the hell? I didn't know. What's that?
Yep.
I still got to go to school.
Yep.
But yeah, there's not a whole lot going on. Just hated hearing another trucking company going bankrupt. It's been around for a long time. Don't like hearing that. But the one thing I've noticed, Steve, since they've been cracking down on the English proficiency, we used to have we had outside carriers used to come in our terminal there at Wilmington. They had their phone with them, and they had it was like a translator where they would speak, and it would translate English for the dispatchers, and when the dispatcher spoke, it would translate to whatever gibberish they were speaking. I'm sitting there like, how is it? I mean, that,
right.
I said, isn't it in the rules? I thought that was like one of the first rules in our inch-and-a-half rule book of all the regulations we're supposed to follow. I thought that was like one of the first ones in the book. But just another achievement of the Democrats, you know, because I think, you know, the great Obama for all that, you know. But it sounds like things are getting kind of ugly there in D.C., and it's got me a little bit nervous. Got protests now, I guess, in Dearborn. They're having the Muslims and the Christians are going at it now. And
yeah.
Chicago can't even have a Christmas tree lighting, Steve, without having a shooting, for God's sake.
Saw that. That didn't go well, did it?
And I guess I saw a video, I guess it was, I believe it was real. It was in Concord, North Carolina, same problem.
Yep.
It's some, you know, I don't know what's going on, and just things just seem like they're getting crazier and crazier every time we turn around, Steve.
Yeah, I saw some of the video and heard some of the people on the video there at I can't remember where it was, North Carolina, South Carolina, whatever, the tree lighting ceremony, though, and, you know, some of the people in the background hollering, you can't go any damn where anymore. You can't, I mean, without this kind of violence breaking out.
And it's like, we're getting, me and the wife, like, we'd like to go do some things every now and then, but we're kind of like, well, you know, is it going to be a problem?
Yep.
'Cause, you know, we go, if we had time, we try to go once in a while to a tree lighting, whether it was up in New Carlisle there in town or sometimes down to Dayton, you know, if it wasn't too cold. But now it's like, why we want to go anywhere there's people anymore, because, you know, just too many people act stupid. And it's just ruining everything for everybody else. But I know, well, Thanksgiving we'll be down your neck of the woods. My youngest boy's cooking dinner this year, so he moved down to Cincinnati. And believe it or not, Steve, he's getting married in July. And he lives down, not too far from your neck of the woods, down off Glenway Road down there.
Okay.
So he's down in your neck of the woods.
Yep.
We're trying to talk, you know, him dealing with him, and my soon-to-be daughter-in-law's like dealing with Bridezilla and Groomzilla. Everything's like a big production with those two. I was like trying to get them to go out, trying to take them to the Vina Colette and let them see that, because I say that's where you guys should be a great place to have your wedding.
Yeah, it would.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. And every time we try to do that, oh, we got this to do. It's like, okay, I offered, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a beautiful place like that, I mean, that'd be a terrific place to have a wedding.
There have been many a weddings there, including Pappy's oldest daughter got married there.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's been weddings. I know we've gone there before. There was a wedding going on.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, they got the reception hall and everything there. Beautiful setting. And we went in October for our anniversary, which this year, and it's like, she's put up with me for 17 years. I guess she deserves a nice place to go for dinner once in a while, you know.
Right.
So she's put up with me for 17 years, Steve. So I guess she deserves something nice every once in a while. So, but hey, has anybody heard from Double R? I haven't heard him on in a while. Is he okay, or?
You know, he told me. I haven't really shared the news. Several months ago. I mean, he went in and had his DOT physical. Recall when that's kind of about the last when he called in, and at first everything appeared to be fine. Then they call him back like a day or two later, and the bypass that he had a number of years ago, you know, one side is like totally blocked, and so then the other side was still working, so could not get his CDL. And apparently they could not go in to repair that particular bypass or whatever. So, I mean, at one point they were telling him the only thing we do is put you like on a heart transplant list, which I don't think he did it. But anyway, so Anita has pretty much been running the truck. They got out of the team deal. She has been running locally there, closer to the home 20. So she's driving truck herself.
Yeah.
He's pretty much stuck at home. Said he's feeling guilty because she's working, he ain't. As a man, you feel like you're supposed to be the home provider. So.
Oh, I understand that, man. My prayers go out to him and Anita, man. They're great people. Always in the years there, get to see them at the truck shows. Always great to visit with them. Just great people. Yeah, I kind of thought something was going on because I hadn't heard anything, and so I just worry about it. You know, Paul and Anita's good people, man. They're
right.
Some of the best. You know, they've been around the show for a long time as well. And I guess nobody's heard from the infamous Carolina monkey gouger.
All we know about him is what I see on his Facebook. So he's been out there hunting. I guess Biscuit, the granddaughter, got her first deer last weekend. I saw
Biscuit got a deer, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was like, well, good for that. Getting them started off right.
So
yeah, I hope he makes the truck show this year. Look forward to seeing him. Of course, I've got to give a special shout out to the two-time champion bull hauler there, Mr. Lauren Weiss. I haven't shouted out to him in a while. Always look forward to his messages. And, of course, Pappy, you stay safe out there, Pappy. I know this is the next couple days or probably the craziest nights in your line of work, and we're praying for your safety. Return home safe every night, along with Stephen. So give the best to the family, and Steve, I hope you guys have a happy and safe, blessed Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right back at you. The good news for Pappy is, though, of course, he's actually off for the Thanksgiving holiday this year. He must have drew the lucky straw, not having to be out there with all the pandemonium. All right, let's see, what else in the mix? I see the Department of Agriculture announcing that they're going to buy up to $30 million in fresh fruit from U.S. farmers and producers. Apparently, they say, to distribute to food banks and nutrition assistance programs around the country. Said the purchases through the Agricultural Marketing Service include $15 million in oranges, $10 million in grapefruit, $5 million Mandarin oranges. These fresh fruits, they say, will reach those in need, boosting healthier options for Americans at the food banks around the country, all while benefiting American farmers that are facing unfair actions from foreign competitors. Brooke Rollins, the Agriculture Secretary, said these purchases, a variety of domestically produced and processed agricultural products authorized by Section 32 of the Agriculture Act of 1935. Those foods are provided to the food and nutrition service programs, including food banks, that are vital components to the food safety network in the country. This also helps ensure that surplus crops aren't wasted and instead benefit people in need. You know, there are times when certain crops, if you don't sell them, they end up having to just, put them out there and plow them back under in the field. Sadly, there are certain commodities experiencing a surplus, and the Department of Agriculture is ensuring these crops don't go to waste and instead go to Americans in need. Said earlier this week, the Trump administration expects to announce an aid package for U.S. farmers within a couple of weeks and a deal on Chinese soybean purchases. We'll have an announcement probably in the next week or two, he said at the time. The American Farm Bureau Federation said earlier this week that aid is urgently needed as farmers face the compounding pressures of high input cost and lower crop prices. China agreed to purchase some 12 million metric tons of American soybeans through January. Indeed, China purchased nearly 1.6 million metric tons of soybeans over 3 days' time last week. Their longest single-week total in 2 years, which began to prop up crop prices. Every sign in their commitment remains true that they'll indeed buy or purchase 12 million metric tons or put the order in, he says. So there you go. That was much needed for the farmers there. Meanwhile, I think Vic's coming up here. We'll get his 2 cents on this because he is a Indiana resident. But the word coming down, Amazon is planning to invest about $15 billion in northern Indiana to build data center campuses as they look to boost their cloud computing capacity to support the booming artificial intelligence demand. The new data center project comes on top of an $11 billion outlay announced last year that will add 2.4 gigawatts of capacity in the region. Also expected to create about 1,100 jobs. The e-commerce behemoth, which is also the largest cloud services provider in the world, has invested more than $31.3 billion in the state of Indiana since 2010. Some of the tech companies like Alphabet, Microsoft, Facebook, spending billions of dollars to develop this AI infrastructure, even though the returns from the investment thus far have been low. Earlier, Amazon also announced plans to invest up to $50 billion to expand AI and supercomputing capabilities for U.S. government customers of their cloud unit, Amazon Web Services. But if I'm not mistaken, I think, aren't these the kind of facilities, these data centers, these are the ones that are needing so much electricity, energy production. Is the Hoosier State going to be up to the task of generating the power to support those, or is it another case where, well, the utility rates for the customers like Vic and so many others may end up skyrocketing to cover those costs? All right, Vic, got you coming up in 2.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Speaking of the Hoosier State, let's head on over in that direction. What's going on, Vic?
Well, what you just brought up there about the Amazon, and I believe Google is also wanting to build one here, and there's quite a rift going on over here because I'm not sure which one it was, wanted to build it first. They wanted to build it out in farm country, and they were going to mess up the drainage, and all the people out there said, well, we're not going to make any money out of this. There isn't going to be any money coming into our community. Someone else was arguing, well, it's just about your community. There are other communities that might make money out of it. So they wound up, there's an old shopping center or something downtown that has been vacant for a long time, and I think they're going to try to build something out there. But you are right. Our current utility company requested a rate increase. That was denied. So at last I heard, they're selling out to BlackRock, and the utility company is, and BlackRock is against fossil fuels. So I don't know where they're going to get their electrical generation power from, but and I don't know how much it's going to affect the price of housing. So, it's not something that the majority of people in Indiana are jumping up and down about, as far as excitement, I should say. But what I called about there was, I think Dad was talking about all these annoying phone calls and everything.
Yes.
That's something else they've been trying to get passed in Indiana, is if you are aggravated with a lot of phone calls, and a lot of those phone calls, if they won't give you their phone number, you're probably going to get crooked some way, somehow. Identity theft, and now with all this stuff coming on with the artificial intelligence, and if you get a Windows 11 computer now, you can, somehow that can get hooked up to your phone, and they can send phone messages to your computer and vice versa. So there's a great big, I guess you'd say, security hole right there as far as what people can actually do. So the Indiana has never gotten that passed, but they keep saying to the phone companies, even if somebody does spoof another number, and they were spoofing actual operating businesses' phone numbers, but now somehow they know what phone numbers are not active. I don't know how they do that, but they have to have access to the list somewhere, some way, somehow. But they've tried several times here to basically make phone companies liable for that, because they said they have to have the technology, because even though that phone number that shows up on your phone on the caller ID, that's not the phone number that's triggering all the relays and everything else, the switching. So the phone companies have to know if they can take the phone number that was called and just look and see what actual phone numbers called that, called like your phone, the individual's phone. The technology is really not that hard to figure out, unless things have changed a whole bunch. But anyway, that's they've never been able to get that through the legislature, because oddly enough, guess who's always fighting against that? The phone companies. So I imagine the phone companies are making a lot of money on the call centers and one thing and another. And when Brain Dead was talking about filing complaints and the do not call list, I gave up on that do not call list.
Because it doesn't work, right? Hey, hold the thought there. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret?
affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The War Department says they've opened a thorough review into allegations of misconduct by Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, who's a retired Navy captain.
It's unclear what those claims are, but it comes after Kelly and other Democratic lawmakers were featured in a viral video urging service members to refuse unlawful orders. The department said Kelly could be recalled to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. President Trump has called for the lawmakers involved in the video to be punished. Kelly said in a post on X that if this is meant to intimidate me and other members of Congress from doing our jobs and holding this administration accountable, it won't work. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Thanksgiving travel crunch is on. TSA expects to screen over 18 million travelers through next Tuesday. Today they saw 52,000 flights nationwide. Air traffic control staffing is back to pre-shutdown levels. Flights are mostly on time.
Everything goes smoother if you're patient.
A record 82 million Americans are expected to travel over the holiday by plane, train, and automobile. Tyson Foods has announced they are closing one of the largest beef processing plants in the nation.
The company announced it will close a plant in Nebraska and lay off more than 3,200 people. The company says the move comes as U.S. beef supplies shrink, hitting their lowest level since the 1950s. Demand has remained steady, however, driving prices to new highs. Tyson is expecting an operating loss of between $400 million and $600 million this year. I'm Monica Nelson.
The holiday shopping season is back, and so are scammers.
Swindlers are getting more sophisticated, conning even savvy online shoppers. Beware look-alike digital storefronts, often using URLs that look similar to the real thing. AI is being used to manufacture celebrity endorsements to misdirect consumers to fraudulent websites. Online shoppers are urged to use credit cards, not debit cards, for the fraud protection they provide, paying the bill in full at the end of the month. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Shootings in King County, Washington have declined in the third quarter to the lowest level in 6 years.
The King County Prosecutor's Office says there were 292 shots fired incidents. That's 130 less than last year. It's a 42% decline from 2023. 18 people were killed in shootings and 45 people were wounded. More than half of the shootings happened in Seattle. I'm Brad Ford.
A Flagler County resident is proposing a new 68th Florida county made up of beach areas from 3 northeast counties to be named Trump County.
Imagine taking the most beautiful 60-mile stretch of the coastline here in Florida, giving it its own county and naming it after President Trump. That's Trump County.
Jen Harold says the move would honor President Trump and give Barrier Island residents better representation, covering the stretch from near St. Augustine to just south of Daytona Beach. Keep safety top of mind when you're cooking your Thanksgiving feast.
Thanksgiving is the peak day for home cooking fires, and with more than 3 times the daily average. Cooking causes half, over 52%, of all reported home fires.
Florida Fire Marshal Blaise Ingoglia says use common sense, especially if you're frying your bird. Keep the fryer far away from your home at ground level. Make sure your turkey is completely thawed before placing it in hot oil. Don't overfill the fryer. Keep your kids far away and your fire extinguisher close by. John Sommers, USA.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here. Get that final hour underway. Here on a Thanksgiving Eve. Yeah, I got a couple of updates. Yeah, Pappy chiming in. Apparently, Tom Homan on the Ingram file this past evening. And he was apparently trying to address what Blind Man was talking about, what he was hearing. He said, what these Democrats are doing is total BS. It's lies. He says he has never been at a hospital, never been at a church, never been at schools removing children. Talked about the children that were taken out of their homes in Chicago, Section 8 housing project. He went on to say those children were being sex trafficked or on a list of missing, unaccounted for children. But, of course, the left just goes on. They'll lie day in and day out. And we left off with Vic kind of talking about the unwanted phone calls, the spam calls. Yeah, I do know, just like emails, if you get an email and somewhere in there, it says if you don't want to receive any further messages, respond, stop or something like that to this. And what that does is actually let the people on the other end know that, hey, this is an active email and someone actually responded. So they'll do just the opposite. They'll start bombarding you with more spam emails, and oftentimes they'll take those and sell a list. These are active email accounts with people actually on the other end that will respond. Don't respond. Just delete it. Pretty much the same with the phones. He said, real simple. If it's not a phone number that's in your contacts, just don't answer. If it's a call that appears to be coming from a business or a bank, don't answer. If you believe it's from your bank, your cable company, your electric company, don't answer the call, but just hang up, and then you call your bank back directly, right? And do not call the number that they provide, because oftentimes these modern scams, the phone number will show up as Chase Bank, and you actually have a Chase Bank account. And they'll, if you don't answer the please call back. If you get a text message, please call back at this number. No. Yeah, look up the number and call your branch directly. Yeah, the scammers are always finding new ways to get people. All right, welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, if you're a senior citizen and you have Medicare or Medicaid Advantage or anything like that, you get a lot of calls about, well, you're not getting all your benefits. You have this or that, and that they try to trick you into saying yes, and that yes will be recorded. And I try not to do that quite often. I know a fair amount of German, a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of French. I usually respond in a foreign language of some kind, and a lot of times they have a whole list of those area codes that the spam numbers will come from, and I get a lot of them because I have my cell phone, as you can see, it's not an Indianapolis area code, and I'll get a lot of calls from that area code, and it's like, and then they'll have the wrong exchange to it, and I'm trying to think, wait a minute, what exchange? So lots of times I'll ask them something about, can you tell me exactly where you're calling from and your address of your company and this and that? And usually they hang up, but that do not call list, like I said, I just gave up signing up on it because it seemed like when I signed up on it, I got more, so I just quit on that. But you were mentioning about those, all the money that people had to pay to get into this country and everything, and then they had to work off the debt. And when you were talking about that, well, paying the coyotes and the snakes and all that stuff, I guess that if Tom Holman is deporting some of those people, that should be cutting off the money flow to the cartels because they're not going to get paid for smuggling people into this country. So it's kind of like I guess what you'd call a twofer. That's just kind of my thinking about it. And the other thing people need to understand about officers, officers in the military actually sign two different pledges. They sign an oath to the Constitution, but they also sign an oath to the president. As I remember, there's something in that commission as an officer that says continue at the pleasure and something of the president of the United States. So when they say they didn't sign a pledge to Trump, no, they didn't, but they did to the president of the United States. And the other thing is, you have to fill out a personnel evaluation every year like everybody else, and it's called an officer effectiveness report. And the number one thing in that is communications. So when those people came out there and said, well, for the lower ranks not to follow any illegal orders, well, you have a responsibility to tell them what the illegal orders are, where you can find a record of those, like the Geneva Conventions. That's where you'll find some on the, I was trying to think, International War, Treaty of War or something. Anyway, there's about a half a dozen places that you can find all those above and beyond just the normal criminal things that happens in war. But those are criminal things, and they're not directed to do that, or they shouldn't be, at least not by the President of the United States. So they're falling. So I'll just tell you, those officers are falling way short of what they should be doing. And somebody that's at the rank of colonel, there's no way in the world that he should know that, because it's just, and then to come back and try to play, well, kind of like old Urkel, well, did I do that? Yeah, you did do that. And you had a definite agenda in part. But I was just going to throw that out. And the other thing, too, you were talking about the oranges and the citrus and everything. A lot of those oranges actually have what's called a marketing order. They can only sell so many of them. And I don't know if that's what USDA is talking about, that, because out in California, they used to raise a lot of the juice oranges, the Valencias, and whenever they hit their marketing quota, they would sell those off to the dairy herds. And oddly enough, citric acid causes it causes dairy cows to have more butter fat. So that used to be a big feeding ingredient out there in California. And I really couldn't say about Florida. The only thing I can tell you about the Florida before they messed everything up, you could usually make money in the month of December on a frost scare in the Florida orange groves. And that's really about the only thing I can tell you about that. But another thing too, I was going to mention there, these people talking about their strokes and all that. I don't know what their test will come up with, but I did not realize how bad Teflon was for people, and they had a big lawsuit over at Parkersburg, Virginia, there to DuPont plant over there years ago because they were literally poisoning adjacent farmers' cattle and everything. I mean, the stuff it was doing to it had a lot of liver tumors and one thing and another. So there are a lot of microplastics in people's business. I mean, it's just all over the place and forever chemicals. So I don't know if they're testing for that or not, but the water quality in the United States, it's absolutely, it's just horrendous. That's all I can say. So heat waves all along talking about the water out there. So we're just putting too many chemicals in the ground. That's just all it is. And we are overpopulating things. So anyway, I kind of ran through a few things real quick there, but the main thing is, who knows, maybe over Thanksgiving, Ukraine and Russia might finally get to the end of everything, which would be a good thing. And the other thing is the military trying to mess up Trump. I mean, people must sit up day and night trying to figure out what they can do to shut down the whether it's America First agenda or MAGA or whatever. I mean, it's hopefully they can get a good majority in both houses of Congress over in the midterms, so we don't have to go through another round of this impeachment. And I seen something today that the Benjamin twins might be involved in a little bit of this graft or grift or whatever you want to call it involving Ukraine. So who knows? As they say, things that, what is it? Things that come around, go around, or things go around, come around, or something like that. So we might see, but that I'll just leave it at that.
All right, it's been a long time coming, right? Yeah, I did see. They tell us Ukraine has reportedly agreed to the terms of a potential peace deal crafted by the Trump administration. According to an official that spoke to ABC News this past day, a person told the network that a Ukrainian delegation reached an understanding in principle with the U.S. during talks in Geneva. These conversations could ultimately bring an end to the nearly 4-year conflict, the bloodiest in Europe since the Second World War. Now, this development followed secret discussions in Abu Dhabi on Monday between U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll and Russian leaders. Kiev had agreed to a deal, adding that only minor details remain unresolved. There's some minor details to be sorted out, but they've agreed to a peace deal. Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Tolbert, U.S. Army spokesman, said Driscoll and his team were engaged in ongoing talks with the Russians Monday and Tuesday, and said this is all moving in a positive direction. The ABC News report said that Ukraine and Russia have not publicly confirmed they had dispatched negotiators to Abu Dhabi, but the U.S. has confirmed Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Driscoll were all present there. Reports say the 28-point peace plan unveiled last week had been revised to 19-point. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Keep our fingers crossed. Of course, Thursday is Thanksgiving Day. The president, about a week ago, maybe over the last weekend, said he wanted Zelensky to agree to a deal by Thanksgiving. Yesterday, he said there's not a firm deadline, because it doesn't look like all these things take a lot longer than you'd anticipate. But they're definitely making progress. We can only pray.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Back at it here, picking up with a couple of other industry headlines. We've had tons of discussion as of late, obviously, about commercial driver's license English language proficiency. What about other drivers, aka rideshare drivers? Your Uber, your Lyft. According to Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, he says it's essential to ensure that these drivers speak English. So he has, he's introduced the Understanding Basic English Requirements Act, or the Uber Act as it's called. When asked about his proposal, Tuberville said, "This covers any kind of delivery driving," pointing to the importance of doing this for truck drivers. First of all, we got the CDL done. The big truckers, you got to speak English and read English to drive. You can't read the signs, you're going to hurt somebody. And we've had many wrecks because people that, Gavin Newsom in California has just handed out these truck licenses to kill people. Because those things are weapons. If you don't know what you're doing before detailing the situation when it comes to like Uber and Lyft, we have a lot of areas, he says, in Alabama, throughout the South, in peak times for, say, the beaches and all those things. You're having an influx of people coming from other countries, and a lot of Muslims. They come in 60, 70 of them. They live in 4 or 5 houses. They pass their visas around to each one of them. Then they pass their driver's licenses around. They can't speak English. And they drive for Uber and Lyft, he says. Folks, we got to stop it. If you can't communicate with somebody, I've had Walmart people delivering to my house, I mean, they're lost. They can't read the signs. We have to protect the citizens of this country. That's what this bill's about. If you can't speak English and take an English driving test, you don't need to get a driver's license. And you do not drive people around for Lyft and Uber. He also pointed out that many illegal aliens who live in the country are doing the DoorDash thing because it's the only thing they can do. But again, it takes away from people in this country that are citizens that can make a living, and they make pennies on the dollar. These people love it, this cheap labor. That's part of the problem with immigration in this country. And I can vouch for the DoorDash thing. Used to have, of course, the pizza joints would have delivery drivers. In some cases, obviously, my schedule is very different than most. If it's 11 o'clock in the morning and the pizza place opened at 11, I might wait till like 11:15, but they probably don't have any delivery drivers there yet for that time of the day. And time again, as of late, they'll say, we're going to give this to a DoorDash driver. And if I haven't like prepaid on the card or whatever for the pizza, they'll come up and I'll ask what the total is again, and I've got cash in my hand, and they look at you like you got three heads. No English. Okay. Can you make change? All right, let's get to Bert in San Antone here on Thanksgiving Eve. What's happening, Bert?
I would just like to say happy Thanksgiving to all out there, and for the truckers on the road, because I'm spending my Thanksgiving with the dachshund from my neighbor's friend, because he's got to take a load up from San Antonio to Wichita, Kansas, and he's going to visit his girlfriend up there. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, good. I'm okay with that. And it's a next door neighbor. What do you do for your neighbors? Get to know your neighbors.
Yeah.
But I agree also, like you're saying, it's like, well, you have to have an eye test to get a driver's license, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you also, and so, because you don't want no blind people driving on the road. And so if you gotta know the signs. I mean, like exit, entrance, stuff like that. That's all I have to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
And, but how are you?
Doing well. I mean, we're just a few minutes away here from kind of wrapping things up and getting ready for Thanksgiving.
Well, great. I hope you have a good one. And what I say to the truckers on the road, I remember when I was at 10th Mountain Division and they gave me it's called turkey loaf in an MRE when they first came out with them.
Yeah.
And I was, in 1987, Thanksgiving, I was marching on a 25-mile road march, and I was gnawing or nibbling on a frozen turkey loaf, what they called it. And it was just like, hey, do what you got to do. But I say enjoy a turkey and a Swiss cheese sandwich.
Okay. Well, whatever it takes, I guess, turkey. But, yeah, I'll tell you, a frozen turkey loaf does not sound all that appealing, does it? All right. Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving to you there, Bert. Thanks for being a part of the show there in San Antone. Hey, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House is denying reports that President Trump plans to remove FBI Director Kash Patel. MS Now, formerly MSNBC, cited sources saying Patel's aides are frustrated and Andrew Bailey could replace him, but Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the story completely made up, posting a photo of Trump and Patel smiling in the Oval Office. The FBI is scheduling interviews with 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged military and intelligence personnel not to follow illegal orders. President Trump called their action seditious, while the lawmakers say the FBI effort is an intimidation tactic. Defense officials are reviewing retired Senator Mark Kelly's actions, raising questions about the misuse of federal power and First Amendment protections for members of Congress.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 664 points, the S&P 500 rose 60 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 153 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at
know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Obviously, with Old Man Winter knocking on the door, You're looking to make his presence known. We keep hearing more and more about the polar vortex. You know, some of the coldest temperatures in many, many years may be descending upon us, especially toward the second week of December here. Yeah, a good time to make sure you are prepared. Stock up on your Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense. Be ready, the time is coming when you begin to see drivers, well, what's all these trucks doing on the side of the road? Oh, they're gelled up. They weren't prepared. Yeah, order your Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense. You can go to hotshotsecret.com, but we can save you money. Best deals. Of course, you always get an automatic 10% off your entire order if you are a first responder, active duty, or a veteran, military, or a CDL holder. You get an additional 10% off by using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That means 20% off your entire order. Take advantage of that. Get ready, because old man winter's a-coming. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Charlie and the right-wing nut probably up to something nefarious, to say the least. Well, good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Buckerson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Yes, I got the right wing nut on here with me, but what'd you say something about Thanksgiving? Halloween was just the other day. What do you say, right?
Yeah. Well, I do my best trick-or-treating on Thanksgiving myself. Yeah, all that free turkey and ham and stuffing. Oh, I tell you what, that fills me up right until Christmas. And then we really go on to the Christmas party. Ugh.
What do you mean it's almost Thanksgiving? I went to bed the other day and it was like, I don't know, about November 1st or 2nd.
Time flies.
Wait a minute.
We've been on a bender. We've been on a bender, apparently. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's, hey, right, you know, maybe we ought to go Christmas caroling again this year. What do you think?
Yeah. Christmas
wait a minute.
All right.
Yeah, hey, we better not go back to the psych ward, though. They kicked us out of there last year, Steve. Yeah, they said something about us singing, "Do You Hear What I Hear?" and the patients went kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. That was bad.
Yeah.
That
was bad. Yeah, they said somebody said there's some football games coming up. Is that true?
Yeah, Charlie. There's a lot of football coming your way this weekend. You know, I'll tell you what. If you just maybe take a knock or two of your special elixir, your special syrup, and next thing you know, we'll be saying ho ho ho. It'll be Christmas Day.
Oh yeah, Gilliclaws will show up then. Hey, I keep on hearing Captain Ron talking about Go Blue. Well, that's great. I thought he was a Michigan fan. I hear Go Blue, I think of Mountaineers. I think he's confused. What do you think, Steve?
Oh,
yeah.
Right wing nut. You got to get him off the syrup.
What? I'm on that syrup too. It tastes real good. You ain't heard me. Send me another case of that syrup.
I think it's a little early for Christmas caroling anyway, isn't it? Could you imagine the right-wing nut and Charlie showing up outside your door? You lock the door, pull the blinds, and put some earmuffs on. Well, hello to Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Happy hump day, he says. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Hey, how about a shout out to the Knuckle Buster and all the veterans out there? Get her done. All right, 45 to start, 51 a high. The winds are going to be gassing up to 50 mile an hour later today, all day long. Fort Wayne, 42, going to 38. Wrong direction for Newaygo, Michigan. So let's get her done. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back once again. Have a great Thanksgiving, everyone. And we'll see you back here Monday morning. Yes, indeed. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And there's Steve in Columbus. What do we have? Morning, Steve Sommers, all the listeners. Would this still be considered the halfway point of the week? I haven't decided if Friday will be a go or not. We're looking forward to spending time, though, with family and enjoying a big old spread for Thanksgiving Day. Coffee's fresh, car's ready. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy your Thanksgiving holiday. Doug, I believe. How you been, Doug?
Morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Top of the news, or top of the hour, the news reported that Tyson is going to close a beef plant in Nebraska.
Yes.
I did not hear where it was in Nebraska, which beef plant. Do you know anything about it or have a story in front of you?
Yeah, I shared the story a night or two ago. I'll have to pull it back up, though.
I'm not sure if you mentioned either where it was. I mean, specifically,
Let's see.
Anyway, I'll take... Go ahead.
I was trying to pull up the story here as we speak. Lexington, Nebraska.
Okay, appreciate that.
Talking about
you and your
3,100 employees. I guess this is like small town USA, Lexington, Nebraska, and that's probably that community's largest employer.
Oh, I would think so.
Well, all righty, Doug. So,
thank you, Steve.
You have a great Thanksgiving.
I'm negotiating some traffic here.
Okay, a little bit. Eyes on the road. Yeah, that was Lexington, Nebraska. Let's see. According to this report, Tyson Foods, their decision to close that plant. This plant, well, there you go. That plant employs nearly 1/3 of the residents of Lexington, Nebraska. This could devastate this small city and undermine the profits of ranchers nationwide, according to the Associated Press. Well, like I said, I was assuming that was small town USA, but a community of about 11,000 people, 3,200 employees. This facility had the capacity to slaughter some 5,000 head of cattle a day. They did also announce plans to cut one of 2 shifts at a plant in Amarillo, Texas. That eliminates another 1,700 jobs there. Together, those 2 moves will reduce beef processing capacity nationwide by somewhere between 7 and 9%. You may not see price changes much at the grocery store over the next 6 months because all the cattle that are now being prepared for slaughter will still be processed, potentially at just a different plant. But in the long run, we could see beef prices continue to climb even higher than the current records. A variety of factors, from drought to tariffs, unless American ranchers decide to raise more cattle, which they have very little incentive to do right now. Now, an increase in imports from, say, Brazil, like the president had encouraged last week by slashing tariffs, may help insulate the consumer, while the ranchers and the feedlots continue to struggle with high costs and falling prices. It's a gut punch, though, for Lexington, Nebraska, they say. Chamber of Commerce said the announcement, gut punch to the community in Platte River Valley that serves as a key link in the agricultural production chain. When it opened in 1990, the Lexington plant that Tyson later acquired revitalized and remade the formerly dwindling town, attracting thousands of immigrants to work there, nearly doubling the population. When the plant closes come January, the ripple effects will be felt throughout the community, undermining many first-generation business owners and the investment in new housing. Tyson said that they're going to offer Lexington workers the chance to move to take open jobs at one of their plants if they're willing to uproot their families for jobs that are hundreds of miles away. All right, obviously that's kind of a shock to the community there, but notice how they said thousands of immigrants had flocked to that community. And the price, the wages that those employees make, we've talked about for years. The immigrants willing to work, and these are not easy jobs. These are difficult jobs, but many of them willing to work for much less than the average American would be willing to work for in those slaughterhouses. Nasty work, but it's 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
real quick. A little more. Tyson apparently says they've been losing money in the beef business. According to Tyson, there's long been excess capacity in the meat business nationwide, meaning the slaughterhouses could handle many more cattle than they're actually processing. That's only been made worse in recent years as the government has encouraged more smaller companies to open slaughterhouses to compete with Tyson and the other giants that dominate the beef business. Tyson said they expect to lose more than $600 million on beef production this year after already reporting $720 million of red ink in beef over the past 2 years. They said it was inevitable that at least one beef plant would close. Tyson's remaining plants, they say, will be able to operate more efficiently closer to full capacity. One economist at Creighton University in Omaha said the Lexington plant likely wasn't measuring up in the industry's increasingly reliant on technological advances that would enhance productivity. It's very difficult to renovate or make an old plant fit in the new world, he says. We completed an impact study for a new sustainable beef plant. The Lexington facility just wasn't competitive right now in today's environment when it comes to output per worker, the cost of operating the business, I guess. So, CNI Dog, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and to everybody out there. I am very grateful to be in this country. I love this country very much. And I want to wish everybody, including my president, Donald Trump, happy Thanksgiving. And thanks for pardoning the two turkeys.
Yes, indeed.
I also want to say that I like your advertising that's going on. I find it very interesting. I like the fact that you're being heard in open markets, terrestrial radio, and in podcasts. I like listening to your podcast. I know you're not a fan of iHeartRadio, but I binge listen to your show. Like if I'm working in the yard breaking leaves, I'll put an earbud in one ear and listen to the show. Or if I'm doing dishes, it's a good way to pass the time and catch up with things you've talked about in the past and the cast of characters out there or cartoon characters. Yeah. So with that, I know you're running low on time. Have a happy Thanksgiving, Steve.
Thank you so much. And again, I hope you had a good birthday. I think that was about a week ago, wasn't it? All right. We know there were air travel delays yesterday. And with all the wind we're going to be talking about here on Wednesday, a broad area of high wind warnings, wind advisories. Atlanta had some notable delays from some of those thunderstorms this past evening. Nationally, they tell us today, Wednesday, places like Chicago, Minneapolis, Detroit, Milwaukee could have some pretty impactful weather delays from wind and snow. When you're talking winds 40 to 60 miles per hour, that's going to be a big impact. Now, expect substantial weather-related delays in and out of ORD and MDW Wednesday, which then will have a national ripple effect. Florida-based airports are pretty much looking crystal clear from weather impacts all this week. But, Chicago, that's ORD and MDW Midway, all right? High impact, according to the forecasters today. Chicago, as we always say, an airport where flights go to die even on a good day. I hate to think how many flights are going to be delayed or canceled out of Chicago today. Wow. Pack your patience, as they say. Who we got on board? It says Mike and Kim on the screen.
Yep, that's who it is. We're from South Carolina. We have listened for years, and we just wanted to call in. We're up cooking this morning for a Thanksgiving feast that we're going to have at our son's family, and we're traveling, so we're taking everything down there to them. But anyway, we wanted to call and just say how thankful and grateful we are for you and for all your cast of characters, listeners, and callers. We just love you all, and we just pray for you all the time, and just happy Thanksgiving.
So you're getting an early start on cooking that Thanksgiving dinner. You must be fixing up a big feast.
Yes, well, we're doing all the fixins, and my son is doing the turkey, and turkey and ham he's actually doing. So we're just doing some of the fixins and traveling down there with what we're bringing.
Right. So. All right. Well, great to hear from you. Hey, I've got you down. First-time callers there. We'll get you a Hot Shot secret code, $60. Maybe you can use it for some stocking stuffers. Get you some Hot Shot secret products.
Oh, we do use this all the time. We have used it for many years, so we appreciate them, too. We appreciate their sponsorship.
Good to hear from you. Well, happy Thanksgiving, Mike and Kim. Safe travels down to the son's place, like so many millions of others will be doing. All right, got about a quick minute left. I was going to put him up as I guess we'll have to call him a DA of the Week nominee. Anyone that's been out there driving the truck for any length of time, you're familiar with these schemes and scams, the 3-card Monty. If it sounds too good to be true, it is, people. I can't help but wonder if this particular driver maybe was one of those from another country, but I got tricked out of $600. It was a truck driver appreciation scheme at a truck stop in Florida last week. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ormond Beach, a man knocked on the cab of the 34-year-old truck driver and told the driver, hey, there's a group of people looking to show appreciation for the drivers. They got a $300,000 jackpot and a matching gift system. Whatever amount of money you can pull out of your pocket, they'll match it. Double your money. Yeah, this dumbass goes to the ATM and takes out $600. When he showed up to the group over there, making it look like it's a real deal, he showed them the cash. They all start throwing their cards on the ground, grab his money, say, you lost. Obviously, fighting ensues, but they disappeared, and he was left empty-handed by the time law enforcement arrived. All right. Thank you so much for being with us. So they'll close things out this week. Take a few days off to enjoy time with the family. Happy Thanksgiving. We will be back for our Sunday night into a Monday morning edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams, give me my dreams.